would help if I had my mic unmuted. What's up, guys?
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna get in front of it and squish? Just watch it.
Who's out there? Come on, come on. Come see JoJo. No sleeps, nor crawls, nor creeps. He's 15 inches across the eyes and smells like wolf. Orlando, he's JoJo. Gusto ka, pare? Come on in, guys. Come in. Stop swiping. I got 5 set of eyeballs. That's 10 eyeballs out there. It's there.
What you gonna do?
Alicia Ali. Alicia, where are you? Oh, let me turn the music down a second.
No.
Now I'm zooming out the profile. What does that say? Is that what does that say on your profile? The heart. Hard to read. What is that? DDCT? What is it? Can't see. Is that AA? What is that? Is that Alicia Ali? AA? Team Mama Zell. Is that Mama? What is that? Team Mama Zell. Oh, that's Orlando. Sorry, I saw the bottom of your profile name, Orlando, and then Team Mama Zell. Well, I'm on a little bit late, 10:15, 10:10. How is the clarity? Am I clear? Am I focused? Oh, don't forget the thumbs up, guys. Thumbs up. There we go. Alicia Mustaka.
Nice. Nothing wrong with this logic. I don't know what you're talking about.
Where are you coming from, Alicia? Are you in the Philippines or? There's your second.
I mean, what are you gonna do? You know, just do nothing. Cry. What are you gonna do?
Why do you have your face covered, Alicia? I want to see your eyes. I can't see it. You're in Hong Kong. Maybe you told me that before. I don't.
No.
So many Filipinos in Hong Kong doing the OFW. Yep.
Oh, I don't care.
I know. Sorry, Alicia. I want to know where everybody is. Gives me a geographical picture in my brain. Now, Alicia, you're not trying to think. No, there's another. There's somebody else that calls me Kuya. Is that you? Is your real name Tess? No, your name is Alicia. There's another person that works in Hong Kong. She appeared with me on live stream before, on stage. You want to come up on stage? That's not you. You want to Akyaka? Or are you working? No, it's Saturday day, right? Are you on your days off? Oh yeah, the other Filipino that calls me Kuya, her name is Angel. Angela or Angel? Oh, you just woke up. You're still in bed.
Okay.
What time is it there? It's Filipino time? 10:20? Oh, that's nice. You get to sleep in on a Saturday. Oh, you know what? I was going to show a video. I was going to try.
No.
Let's see if I can.
What was it? In a second, I'm trying to.
Hold on. Let's see.
I'm in No Man's Sky right now, okay? Don't get pissed.
I'll be right back. I'm going to stop the camera.
Just give me a second. I'm in the middle of something.
See if I can
Ah!
find YouTube. My
Better
YouTube
be.
page without getting lag. Let's see. Let's try. If I disappear, I'll be right back. Let's see. Let's see.
I'm trying to. AI. Dude,
What's for
I
breakfast?
think it's gonna make sense to you.
Did I tell you that's my daughter's name, right? Are you the one I
What?
say all the
Oh,
time?
it makes so much sense.
daughter's
It makes
name.
too much sense, actually.
Allisha. You already know.
I like right now. Actually, talking about seventh grade. It's the reason why I put my get up. You know, this is one I have that I've been directly. But I've been directly
Let's see. What video am I
comparing
going
to
to
Helldivers.
play?
Is this? I mean, we all have the
It's
mechs,
called
right?
Principle Number
But the
5.
mechs in Helldivers, they need this.
And the
They need a
the
flamethrower.
name
Why do you not have a
is the principal's name is.
it says.
I should know this. But let's try.
I mean, they really need those.
I have double voice.
There's 3 versions of this, though. There's these 3 more versions.
That's crazy. Hold on.
It's fun.
I'm going to play this video. It's a program that I've been involved in for over 17 years. And the very beginning of the program, consists of a 14, 15-minute video. So I'm going to play it.
Progression around.
Listen, it's got a lot of really nice information. If I can share this.
Like this is end game. So
I have
I can always save less than anything save was a year ago. And with the new update now, I think it's the perfect time to do it.
Okay.
So what it's supposed to do? You just let you try it. You realize much about it. Right. I can make this autonomous. Sometime?
okay.
I want to go home.
Try again. That didn't work very well.
Oh, okay, okay. I think I'm good. Yeah, I got a mic again. All right. Oh, you probably you hear double voice because my son is in the background. That's what you're hearing. Okay. I'm competing with my 19-year-old in the background. Okay. Try again. If this doesn't work, I'm not going to persist here.
I'm in the Hilbert dimension.
Principle number 5 says small compromises lead to great disasters. Anytime you make a small compromise in your life, you can be sure that it's going to lead you to a potentially hazardous disaster. This principle, principle number 5, small compromises lead to great disasters, is otherwise known as little sins lead to big sins. I know a lot of people who say to me, well, I don't want to be involved in this when they first come into the ministry of Reformers Unanimous. I don't want to be a drug addict, but I don't mind social drinking, or I don't want to be a social or a heavy drinker, but I don't see anything wrong with smoking, or I don't want to be a smoker, but I don't see anything wrong with critical spirits. Oh, folks, little sins lead to big sins. In Matthew chapter 6, verse 24, the Bible says, no man, and that means no woman as well, no man or woman can serve two masters. The word masters is an old English word for the modern English word employers. He says nobody can have more than one boss. You can't serve two employers, for you will either hate the one and love the other, or else you will hold to the one and despise the other. He says you cannot serve God and mammon. The word mammon is a Babylonian term that means money. He says you cannot serve God and worldly possession. It doesn't mean that if you serve God that you won't have money. For surely I have more money now than I ever had when I was serving the world. It just simply means that you must choose this day whom are you going to serve. Are you going to serve the Lord, or are you going to serve this world? You have a choice. I want you to notice the order of these verses. God is listed listed before mammon, or that is to say, God is listed before money. So he's saying, if you will use them in the order listed, as Christ is saying here, that if you love money, you will hate the things of God. And surely people that love money hate the things of God. It goes on to say, but if you hold on to the things of God,
Okay. Well, that lasted for what, 2 minutes?
This is all. What's the model?
Okay. Well, I'm going to try one more time. And Ash, what's up? I'm in the process of trying to play a video for you guys, and it looked like I lasted about 2 minutes, and it dropped off. So I'm going to try to continue, and if it keeps doing this, I'm going to give up. I need to get on a laptop instead of this Xbox. Let's see if I can continue where I left off. Okay, sorry about that, guys. You know, I'm going to just read from some course curriculum that I have. Instead of playing the video, I can explain it myself. So let's try that. Welcome, Ash. It's me, Giant, you said. Now, do I remember Giant? What's your screen name or your room name? Giant what? I'm sorry. Forgive me. I'm trying to recall everybody. Okay, let's see here. Principle number 5, I think that's the one we're on. It's small compromises lead to great disasters. In other words, little sins lead to big sins. And let me describe that. So many students and friends of the ministry have asked me questions like this. Brother Doc, I've stayed away from my old friends. I've stopped acting the way I used to. I even go to church at least once a week, but I still end up engaging in my addiction or stronghold or habit, stubborn habit. Why doesn't this work? Such a difficult question to the student, but such an easy answer from God. I would usually ask them where they are in their Bible reading, in their scripture memory, in their prayer life, in their midweek service attendance, witnessing, and what they are doing for service to the kingdom. For example, a bus route, or cleaning church, or nursery work, helping others, etc. Where are you at in those things? Without fail, they have fallen away in almost everything. Oddly enough, they have fallen away for only 2 or 3 weeks. Then, bang, the devil acquires a foothold. How does this happen? Well, here's God's easy answer. In Luke 16:10, God says if conditional, there's such a small word but such a big meaning. If we are consistent or faithful in all the little things, we will be consistent or faithful in the big things, or remaining victorious. However, if inconsistent in the little things, we will fail in the big things. The reason is simple. God loves little things. You see, this list of small things determines your master or your employer. You cannot serve God and earthly desires or lusts. You can read Matthew 6:24 as well. You will have no choice but to love one and hate the other. The more you do for God, the more you will learn to love him. Why do we love him? Because he first loved us. Or you can substitute that word love for suffer. And it says, why do we suffer for him? Because he first suffered for us. On that note, let's read Romans, what did I say? Romans 6, or is that Matthew 6:24? Read Luke 16:10. New Testament, Matthew, Mark, Luke 16:10, right? Didn't I say 16:10? Luke 16:10 here. And then I'll have another paragraph to read and I'll be done. 16:10 says, he that is faithful in that which is least, or like you said, in the little, is faithful also in much. And he that is unjust in the least is unjust also in much. And then Matthew 6:24, very first book of the New Testament, Matthew, Mark, Luke. Matthew 6:24 says, no man can serve two masters or employers, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will hold to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve God and mammon, or like you said, it's a Aramaic word for riches or money, wealth, sometimes personified as a false god or an object of worship, often regarded as an evil influence. So you can't serve both those at the same time, or you, like I said, you'll either hate the one and love the other, or hold to the one and despise the other. All right, last paragraph. Remember this: small compromises lead to great disasters. You may compromise your Bible reading or church attendance or service requirements now, but the consequences are guaranteed to be great. If you are not yielding yourself to the little requests of God, you will yield yourself little to the little requests of your enemy. And him alone will you serve. And this is one of the memorization verses, actually. It ends with, know ye not to whom you yield yourselves servants to obey, his servants ye are to whom ye obey, whether of sin unto death or of obedience unto righteousness. Can't do both. Commit today to the little things every day. You will never read your Bible every day until you read your Bible on the days you don't want to. God bless. Small compromises lead to great disasters, also known as little sins lead to big sins. Okay, that's principle number 5 from the Reformers Unanimous curriculum. Reformers Unanimous International. Are you still there, Ash? Giant? Hello, hello? Ash, whereabouts are you again, if you're still there? You're in the U.S.? Alicia, what's for breakfast? Orland, are you there? Yeah, what do you plan on having for breakfast? And I have to ask, just curious, Alicia, do you live with your employer, or do you have another place that you live at and then you go to work at their house or their residence?
I believe so. But still, what if he's on the other side?
You can probably hear my son in the background. No, come in, guys. Come in. Come in. Let me put on some background waiting room music here. Hold on. Okay. You live with your family. Okay. Okay. I thought so, but I always wonder, you know, do others live like in a dorm or a outside uh, residence and then come to work, or do most people live with their family that you know of, your other Filipino friends, workers? You know, I just found out that a longtime Filipina that works um, overseas has been away from um, her family, away from the Philippines for 22 years, I believe, 22 or 23 years, and never been home. It's quite sad and like frightening to hear her story. She has not been home for over 22 years because she couldn't. Her employer kept her visa, her her passport. And she recently told me that the employer just died the other day. He was like over 90 something years old. And, you know, as sad as that is, I'm sure, Aiden, as sad as that is, she she'll finally be able to go home. She told me she's waiting for a replacement for another um, worker to replace her, and then I think she'll be able to go home to Baguio. Scary stuff. How you doing, Aiden? Aiden, meet Alicia over in Hong Kong. And if Orland is still here, I don't know if he is still here. Orland Ancho. Not too many people in the house tonight. Maybe because it's early. We'll see if anybody else shows up. Oh, Alicia, I was asking the other Filipinos in Hong Kong. Most of them live with their families, their employer, or do you know other Filipinos that live in their own apartment or dormitory? What's new, Mr. Aiden? Oh, I was told you reached your 500 subscriber the other day. What's her name? Girl in the Mirror. Her main channel is oh my gulai, I forgot the name. She told me you reached 500. Oh, it was Ava Nation. Official. Ava Nation Official, I think. Alicia, you never answered. What are you going to have for breakfast? Kanin at itlog and longanisa, hot dog, spam, Vienna sausage. We have leftover from this morning rice, eggs, and spam, I think. What did you have for breakfast, Aiden? Are you still there? Nobody's answering. Where'd you guys go? Boy, this coffee stays hot. Right as I saw your name, Moore, I inhaled my coffee. Good morning. Good evening. Good morning to you. Early morning. Goodness gracious. Did you just wake up? Egg, bread, milk, coffee, fruits. Well, that's nice. No rice, Alicia. Just bread. How do you make your egg? You hard boil or fried or scrambled? What is fried again? Is that frita? Oh, some have their own. Got you. Do they have to pay for it, or does the employer pay for their boarding? You do sunny side up? Hayes, hey, Hayes, hey. What's up, bro? There he is. I know you told me just recently, Hayes. List your Angel. There she is. I was just talking about you, Angel. Alicia came in above you, and I got her confused with you, and I kept asking her, "Are you Angel?" No, different. They pay their own. Oh, okay. Oh, well, your other, which is your main channel? You want a jacket for both of them? There you go. Now you have both. Hayes, I was going to ask, what do you do in what did you do in the Army? Were you 0311? Is that? I'm trying to remember. I don't remember. Oh, yeah, Alicia Ali, that's your main. Okay. But you have a jacket, right? Your main? Ah, okay. Infantry. Gotcha. Yeah, 0311. Wait, that's Marine Corps. Hello. 11 Bravo. That's infantry in the Army? See, I don't know. I never memorized your guys' MOSs. Only the Navy. And even the Navy, I didn't learn all of them. Alicia! Oh, wait. That's the same Alicia. I'm getting confused. Wait a minute. Hello. There, see? I was telling Alicia, Angel calls me Kuya also. And she was calling me Kuya. So I got confused. I said, "Are you Angel?" Okay. Well, thank you, Angel, for passing by. Don't forget the thumbs up, the like. Yeah, don't forget Hayes also. And are you still in the Army, Hayes? Or yeah, I forgot what you told me. Wait, Tapos Napo. Educate me, Angel. Oh, a year ago. What is Napo? Or Napo? Oh, Tapos na po. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm figuring it out. Kuyadak, you eat dragon fruit? Of course. But you know, dragon fruit doesn't really, I don't know, it's kind of tasteless. If you eat it with strawberries, I love it. You know, you cut like cube it and then serve it with strawberries. That gives it a little more flavor. But by itself, it's kind of bland. It's like a really bland kiwi. Yeah, I know Po is respect, Angel. I was just reading it with as NAPO, one word, and it got confused. Tapos na po. Naintindihan ko. Oh, some are sweet, some are. Oh, okay. Well, maybe I haven't had a good one yet. Maybe one right off the tree will probably taste better than the market. Magaling. Salamat, Angel. Maraming salamat.
No, rain truck.
And Angel, you're in Hong Kong, correct? Because Alicia is in Hong Kong. Yeah, remember Alicia? I said Angel calls me Kuya. Well, she's in Hong Kong. Yeah. I know Hong Kong is a big place, but and you know, I never visited Hong Kong, but I land in Hong Kong, you know, on the way to the Philippines. That's a very popular, you know, stopover from New York City to JFK in New York to Hong Kong, and then Hong Kong to Manila, or direct flight from JFK. But Hong Kong is very popular. Yeah, stopover. Yeah. So I only know the airport, or I've been there, I don't know, 3 times, something. Don't want the Marines as a corpsman. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Hayes. That's what I did. That's my cover. Matter of fact, you can see this. This is not a Navy issue cover. This is Marine Corps with the Navy Eagle there and the second class petty officer stripes there. So yeah, my story, Hayes, real quick, in a nutshell. I joined the Navy Reserves in 1999. I signed an 8-year contract till 2007. I was on the ground for, actually, I never stepped aboard a ship in the Navy. Never. Not once. But I was blue side the whole time. In other words, I was Navy assigned to a squad, Air Force, not Air Force, an air base in Oxnard, California, Point Magoo. And that's what I did. I did the reserve duty 1 weekend a month, and then 2 weeks annual training every year. And then 9/11 happened, and everybody started getting the phone call. You know, started getting deployed, and they eventually called me in 2004. Jeff, speaking of special forces, Jeff Sasso from the UK. Amen, Jeff. You too. So after 9/11, eventually they found my name in 2004, and I got the phone call while I was at work as a civilian paramedic. That's what I did in the civilian world. So I was doing both. I was working full time as a paramedic and then I would do my reserve duty 1 weekend a month. In 2004, May of 2004, I got the phone call and I had 3 weeks to deploy. And I was being deployed with the 123 Marines out of Houston, Texas. So we went together, a whole group of Navy corpsmen were going over with the 123 Marines to provide medical support for them. So we spent 7 months at Fob Heat in the Al Anbar province. You may have heard about it. Very close to the Al Assad base and the Haditha Dam. We were like right in that central Iraq, next to the Euphrates River, for 7 months. A total of 10 months from beginning of the deployment to the end, but 7 months over in the theater, from the end of August to April of 2005. And then when I got home, my order said send Doc back to California, where I'm from. But my wife, my new wife, 8 months pregnant wife, went back to her family here in New Jersey because she doesn't have any family in California. So we made plans to, her sisters actually flew over to California, got in my Mitsubishi wagon, and the three ladies drove across the United States back to New Jersey. So when I demobilized at Camp Lejeune, my order said send Doc back to California, and I said no, wait, my wife's in New Jersey. And they went, oh, no problem. So they signed my orders and sent me to Philadelphia, where I reunited with her. And that's how I ended up here. And then my contract expired shortly thereafter, about a year and a half later, in 2007. And I had the option to stay 20 years, and retire. But, in all honesty, Iraq was enough. And it scared me. I didn't want to go do that again. I wasn't rubbing my hands together anymore. At the beginning I was, sort of. And then at the end I was like, okay, that's enough. And so my EOS was coming up, and I let that expire, and I said, thank you very much. And I stepped away from the Navy in 2007. Yeah. I actually, the scuttlebutt, the rumor was I was, the 123 Marines that I was with were going to Afghanistan next. More than likely, they were being deployed to Afghanistan. And I was like, no, man, I'm done. I'm 45 years old at the time. Or how old was I? 2005. 43. I was 43 years old. And I got remarried to my wife, and she was 8 months pregnant when I got home. And I said, you know what, I gotta stay home. So unfortunately, Jeff, Hayes, if I would have stayed in, I would have retired to 20 years, 2019. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, but I didn't. So as you know, no retirement, no benefits. No, I'm not, I'm not disabled. So I shouldn't say no benefits, but very little benefits from the veterans from the VA. Yeah. So, it is a young man's game. Meaning, I don't know how old you are, Hayes, but, a single guy, not married, without children, is more than likely going to, re-up and stay. We were given the option to stay. Matter of fact, 2 weeks before we were heading out in the 7-ton trucks, our first class briefed us in the morning and said, hey guys, just got to let you know the offer's there to stay here. You'll go home for however long, and then you'll come back or you'll redeploy wherever. So the offer's there if you want to do it. And there was one guy, one corpsman from Hawaii, and he was older, like I was, like most of us were. We were all over 40, except for one Filipino guy was 26 or 27. He raised his hand and he's like, I'll do it. What the heck? He said, I got no family back in Hawaii. And we're like, hoorah. He was the only one out of our group that said he'd do it again. So I don't know where he went. I don't know if he ended up in Afghanistan or what, but yep. And on that note, Hayes, I had a near drowning, a Marine. I'll tell you the story. You're 27, already thinking about retirement. Totally understand getting out after 40. Yeah. I was saying, on that note, I'll tell us the story eventually. I think I told it before, but I don't mind telling it again. It's quite crazy. A near drowning in Iraq. Figure that one out. Yeah, well, I actually had a near drowning in Iraq. And that Marine, he turned out fine. He was fine. He got very fortunate to get extricated out of the water. But I was doing a follow-up with him at a higher level of care in Al-Assad base. And basically a doctor's appointment. And Shaston, Salan? No. I don't recognize that, Jeff. Al-Assad, ASAD, as in Delta, Al-Assad base, that's the airfield, the air base that U.S. overtook. But that's where we landed. That's where we flew into. Was Al-Assad base, which was the wildest roller coaster ride I've ever been on, in a CH-53 helicopter at night with no lights. That was wild. I was fearing for my life for that however many minutes we were flying 100 feet off the ground. Holy moly. But anyhow, so while I was there at the hospital, it was barely a hospital on Al-Assad base. Yeah, I'll tell you about it, Hayes. While he was in seeing the doc, I was sitting out in the waiting room, waiting for him to come out. I had to pretty much stay with him wherever he went. We were told to stay with each other. And there was a civilian contractor sitting next to me. We got talking, American guy, and in plain clothes. Actually, he kind of looked like he had a uniform. And he turned out to be a firefighter supervisor. And they flew over American trucks and engines, fire trucks and engines, over to Al-Assad base. We had American fire trucks and engines on the base. He was a supervisor, and we got talking, and he found out who I was, what I did, and I told him, "Yeah, we're heading out in 2 weeks." And he said, and he reached into his pocket and he got his business card and he gave it to me, and he said, "If you want," he says, "I'll hire you for $125,000 a year for 2-year contract here on Al-Assad base." He says, "Just drop me an email, I'll hook you up." And I went, whoa. As a medic, as a civilian paramedic, because I was a civilian paramedic in the civilian world. And it was very tempting to take that. $125,000 a year then, And when I got home, I never did contact him because I realized, you know what, I can't be disappearing for another 2 years. My wife wasn't keen on that whatsoever. Even though the money was speaking, she's a nurse, and she makes the big bucks, and we decided, nah, let's not. But that was, an offer I almost didn't refuse. And it would have been a lot safer on Al Assad base than at Fob Heat, which was considered to be the most heavily mortared and rocketed base in the theater at the time. And it did hold up to its reputation. It was not a very safe place whatsoever. Yeah, so that near drowning, let me tell you about it. Jeff, maybe Jeff has heard this before. I actually have a video in my on my channel that talks about it. As a matter of fact, I posted it before and all. Yeah, the Chopper Boy. That's the guys that flew us in. Holy moly. I didn't know that was coming. I didn't see that one coming. You're just following, like sheep into the vehicle or aircraft that the guy in front of you is going on. And, we go from a unmarked civilian aircraft over to Iraq, and then from there to Germany, and then from Germany to Kuwait, and then in a vehicle, a 7-ton, I believe, from Kuwait to, let's see. No, that's where we flew. We flew from Kuwait into Iraq in this CH-53 helicopter, and I'd never been on board one of those guys, and sitting on the web seats, and I got a picture somewhere of me with my Camelback mouthpiece in my mouth and my shades and my helmet in my flak jacket, along with the rest of us lined up inside that helicopter. And yeah, and all of a sudden the lights were out, like the whole way. And I thought, holy crap, what the heck? I hope somebody can see whoever's driving this thing. Oh my gosh. I mean, inside the helicopter, the only thing that was visible were red LEDs wherever they were in the, in the craft. But oh my Lord. Yeah, so that was wild. So anyways, the near drowning. Yeah, this was wild. Absolutely crazy. Oh, before I tell you the story, let me post this website here. Oh, you know what? I got a phone here. I can type a little easier with this thing. illusiondweller.blogspot.com. illusiondweller.blogspot.com. I mentioned this before, but feel free to head over there. I wrote some after action stories on this particular near drowning. Hayes, I'm going to make you a moderator, and you're going to be able to, you'll have some abilities to, if you've ever been a moderator before, to keep people in check, and if they don't, clean up their act in their comments or something, you can delete them, block them, put them on timeout, etc., etc. You just hit the 3 dots next to their name, and you can see what abilities you have as a moderator. And you can click on these URLs that are posted. Otherwise, you're not able to do that if you're not a mod. So, but you are now. So anyhow, I've mentioned before that they were getting short-handed out in the field with corpsmen, and there were field corpsmen and there were fob corpsmen there at the fob, at the BAS, the battle aid station, the primitive ER that we held sick call at, from 6 a.m. Well, sick calls 24/7, but we actually had a sign on the door that said sick call from, I think it was 6 a.m. till whatever it was, noon or 1 or something. In other words, leave us alone after lunch. But we were never left alone, technically speaking. So that was, that's where I was assigned to. I was assigned to the FOB, to the BAS. I was a BAS corpsman. Well, eventually they got shorthanded out in the field. They were robbing from Peter to pay Paul to fill in, the corpsman requirements out in the field. So they started being shorthanded, and they came to our FOB and told the upper officers the news, and so they passed the word down. Eventually, got to the BAS that we needed to start rotating our selves out in the field. There was 4 of us at the BAS. 4 of us? Yeah, 4 of us. I think like 3 second and third class and a first class. He was the independent duty corpsman, or IDC. He's like a PA, a physician assistant here in the civilian world. Anyhow, so actually that was one of my peripheral duties. Was I put together a calendar and started plugging in the names and rotating us throughout the month, each month. And whenever they had a requirement, to go on a mission, or a patrol, one of us would go out there with them. So I was like the first corpsman to go out and shadow another corpsman with his platoon, and he was going to show me the ropes, on what they. Actually, I can tell 2 stories at the same time. The very first patrol I went out with Charlie platoon, and they had a doc, assigned to him. I was like on my training, what do you call it? Yeah, out with them. And it was just what normally is an uneventful patrol. Thank you. I couldn't think of the word. Patrol from the FOB out to the Euphrates River, literally right on the edge of the water. And then turn around, or short of the Euphrates River, and then we would just kind of make a box, and make a square, and we would eventually end up back at the FOB. And they were just out on, it was like, I guess, just to pass time and or whatever. I never really knew what the reason for these patrols were. I was just following the guy in front of me. And so we went out, and again, I had no idea what we were doing other than just going through the motions. That's what I thought. For me, it was just a training, opportunity to figure out, what ropes they go through, when they go on a patrol, what the file formation that they walked in, and what my position was, and, what I was expected, and so on and so forth. And so we're walking like in a file formation on this dirt road, a file on each side. And the Sarge, the radio men, and myself were like in the middle. And we're just walking, 2 files on each side of the road, and then the 3 of us in the middle of those files. And we're just walking, and it's hot and dusty, and just it looks like the sand really isn't sand. It's almost like baby powder, if you remember, And at one point, I thought about it. It's like, so why are we out here? What's the goal? And 2 Marines turned around almost simultaneously, and they said, "Nobody told you, Doc?" And I said, "No." And they're like, "We're out looking for mines." And I went, "What?" I thought they were joking. 2 Marines, young guys. And they started kind of laughing at each other, "Nobody told Doc, we're out here looking for mines." And I'm thinking, yeah, ha, 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 nice joke. And they're like, "No, we're out looking for mines, Doc." And I thought, you're not kidding. And I'm thinking, are you serious? And they're like, absolutely. And I went, I'm looking around for somebody with some kind of mine apparatus, and there's nobody with a mine sweeping, a metal detector or nothing. Yeah, sounds like a very important detail. And I thought, how do you look for mines? And they said, just look for anything out of the ordinary, Doc. And I started looking down at my feet going, holy crap. Everything looks the same. I mean, it's just dust. It's dirt, rocks, and dust. What? So I thought about it. Well, then it should be easy to see something out of the ordinary, right? Well, as you're probably figuring out, my level of anxiety went tenfold. And they said, just keep your footprints in the footprints of the marine in front of you. And I thought, they're serious. So immediately I'm looking down at my feet going, putting my footprints in the guy in front of me. Chris! Hey, there he is. Another military veteran. Hoorah. Hey, Hayes is here. Hey, speaking of, let me make Chris Chris, I'm going to make you a moderator also. If you're familiar with being a moderator. But you'll be able to click URLs that are posted, and as well you'll be able to do things such as put users on timeout, block them, etc., etc. So use that sparingly, appropriately. How about that? You're welcome. So anyways, we're out looking for mines. And I just, I was already helpless, and the anxiety level just being there is, through the roof. And now they're telling me we're looking for mines. Well, then they started telling me, or the corpsman that was with me, or whoever told me, that they had an accident prior to the 123 Marines, that's who I was with, being there. The Marines before us had experienced an incident where they were doing the same patrol, the same route that we were on, and part of the patrol went through the ING, the Iraqi National Guard range, their weapons range. We had a range, and then those guys had a range outside the wire. And we were going to go through that range, walk through it, because where this incident that happened out there near the range. And there was a burned out, I got a picture, I wish I could post it for you guys. If I was on a laptop, it'd be a lot easier. Of a burned out Humvee chassis. Just the chassis. The two lateral frame bars and the horizontal bars and the axles were still there. And all blackened, laying in the dirt. And apparently a Humvee hit a vehicle mine and, blew it up, burned it to the ground. And then one of the officers, captain, as a matter of fact, his last name was Ford, F-O-R-D, like the car. Captain Ford got injured, and he ended up getting a ride back to the States, and that was the end of his deployment. So we were going to go out there and look for vehicle mines to help clear, to prevent others from encountering the same thing. But I didn't quite understand that. You would think they would send EOD out there or something, but no, it was Charlie Platoon, foot patrol walking through there. Yeah, well, hold that thought, Chris. So, they tell me we're out looking for mines, Doc. Nobody told you, and then just keep your footprints in the boot prints of the Marine in front of you. And I thought, oh, great. So we're cruising along, and we get near the Iraqi, the ING range, and we start. There's like a dirt berm that kind of like unofficially marks the barrier, the boundaries of the range, and we're just on this side of it. We're about to cross over it, just walk up and over it, and I'm putting my feet, we're on a road, and we're about to leave the road and go into the range or across the range, and I'm putting my feet prints in the boot prints in front of me, and as I'm walking, I'm just about to put my foot in the boot print, and I look down, and there's a sprinkler head. My brain said, that's a Home Depot sprinkler head. My brain registered, that's a sprinkler head. But it wasn't green. I'm those pop-up sprinkler heads, that go in a 360-degree circle. It was tan, and it was half covered by sand, like a half moon. And I'm telling you, I was looking right at it, and I'm looking straight down on it, and it's like, that's a sprinkler head. But then I started thinking, what's a sprinkler head doing out in the middle of Iraq? Out in the middle of the dirt. So I raised my head up, and I'm looking for like buildings. I'm thinking I'm going to see some modern building like I would see here in the USA. And of course I see nothing. And I see a village off in the distance, of mud thatched roofed huts and actually a modern motor that was a water pump that took water from the Euphrates River and pumped it out of the river up to their fields so they could irrigate. I remember seeing that in the distance, and I thought, but what does a sprinkler head have to do with any of this? Like, why? Where are they getting electricity to run this sprinkler head? And then eventually I hear behind me, what do you got, Doc? And I look back behind me, and it's the Marine, 10 meters behind me. How the dispersion is like, 30 plus feet. And I held up my fist and I stopped him, and he goes, what do you got? I go, I don't know. And I started pointing at the ground. And then the guy in front of me, how they got you got your head on a swivel, and he looks back behind it to clear his six, and he looks at me, and I held up my fist, and he's like, again, like, what's going on? And I said, come here. So these two Marines start coming in on me from the rear and from the front. And they're like, what do you got? And I go, I don't know, dude. What's this? And they get down, and the guy behind me comes up to me, and he's like, whoa, Doc. And next thing you know, he pulls out his K-bar, his big knife, and he gets down on his knees, and he starts poking around this thing. And I'm like, no. Stop. Please stop. I said it, right? I was like, dude, please don't. I said, let me get out of here. I had a feeling, I knew now what it could be. And I thought, holy crap. The guy in front of me, the Marine in front of me's boot print went right over it. I remember vividly seeing his boot print right on top of it. And that's where my foot was going next. And I thought, I was scared out of my gourd, especially when he got down on his knees, started poking around with his knife. And I thought, guys, really, please, let me get out of here. And I jumped over it to the other boot print, and I just like double timed it, each footprint in front of me, and I like 100 plus yards away. And I'm like, go ahead, guys, have at it, do what you want. And I just kept walking backwards going, holy crap. Well, sure enough, it was a vehicle mine that I found. And the reason why it didn't detonate was because it was a vehicle mine. And I was told, if, correct me if I'm wrong, it requires 200, what is it? 200 kilos or more to detonate, to detonate that firing mechanism. As opposed to a personnel mine, is much lighter. But a vehicle mine, that's why that guy was able to walk right on top of it and didn't set it off. We ended up sitting out for 3 hours way away. Actually, thank God they had a hut with a rooftop on it, where we all put our packs down and leaned against each other and hung out for 3 hours while EOD eventually got there, and they cleared it, disassembled it, it turned out to be an Italian, I was told, landmine, and it wasn't C4, it's something else. They call it something else. And they ended up detonating it, and they put on a show for us, during the day, a ooh-ah show, the big, column of mushroom cloud of dirt, into the air. And yeah, 3 hours later, we were able to resume our patrol, and we got back to the fob, and nothing else happened from there. Well, you can imagine, the story time that I had with my group, as well as everybody else wanted to come to the BAS that night and have dinner with us and let Doc tell the story. So that was the big talk for a while, was Doc found a mine, Doc found a mine. And then I got approached by a chief, actually, another corpsman. He was a chief when he was passing through the fob, and I told him the story, and he's like, Doc, you need to be put in for whatever the medal is for that. And I went, oh, I didn't, no clue. He's like, oh yeah, absolutely. You saved Marines' lives, or everybody's lives. And I thought about it. Well, I never got recognized for it. And you can probably relate. There's a lot of things that were missed, over in Iraq, as far as, recognitions and medals and so on and so forth. Combat action ribbons, a lot of us were involved in, and yet we never got it or never heard about it. So, but anyways, that didn't matter. It was a cool story. Oh, and to end the story, when I was just about back, I don't know if you guys had to do this or ever experienced this, but as soon as you go into a fob, you got to clear your weapons. And so they had that little, whatever that thing is, where you put your weapon in, and either dry fire it or fire it, whatever, to make sure the chamber's clear, and somebody there to make sure it's clear before you go in, or whatever it was. And then as soon as you leave the fob, then you go into condition, what is it? Help me out again, guys. Is that condition 2 or 3? What is it? Magazine in the weapon, no round in the chamber, with safety on, whatever condition that is. And that's when you were able to go into that condition, is when you left the fob. But otherwise, you were supposed to, be clear and the magazine out of the weapon. Or maybe it wasn't magazine out of the weapon, whatever. So I was saying, before I got back to the fob, I happened to be shoulder to shoulder with one of the EOD guys, and he's like, Garrison now, I'm sure it was different at the height of the, yeah. So GWOT, guys, is Global War on Terrorism, if you didn't know that. Yeah, I was OIF, OEF. That was the era that I was there. That was on my DD-14 was the OIF, OEF. I guess that's part of the whole Global War on Terrorism. So yeah, I ran into the EOD guy, and he says, hey, Doc. And I look over at him, he says, a mine's a beautiful thing to waste. And I went, oh my gosh, did he just say that? Instead of a mind is a beautiful thing to waste? He said, a mine is a beautiful thing to waste. Ba-doom. And then what they did, the plastic, the actual mine itself without the explosive, that tan pressure plate at the top, they actually mounted that on a plaque, and then in engraving or letters, they said, Captain Ford, that was the officer that got injured, got sent back. A mine is a beautiful thing to waste. And that was his plaque they sent back home to him. So that was kind of cool. Yeah, and forgive me if I'm quoting something, as far as the if it was an Italian mine, it seems like that comes to my brain, and the explosive was equivalent to C4, but they called it something else. Some other country's name for C4. But yeah, it definitely wasn't a Home Depot sprinkler head. No. Yeah, no, I hope not. Oh my Lord. I only know about that in the movies, Jeff. Thank God I never. But yeah, it was that. Oh, so that was the mine story. And then we went on another patrol. Now I'm familiar, quote unquote, with how a patrol goes. Uh, Not usually finding mines along your patrol, but I know the drill, and my place on a patrol and so on. And so we're now. It was a battalion operation or mission. We were going into the city of Heat, and we were going to. I'm just going by memory. We're just there to gather intelligence, quote unquote, whatever that means, and whoever everybody had a role in that, whether taking pictures or observing or whatever, or providing security, so on and so forth. The sound was more like a schlick. So, um, this was actually kind of cool because anything that was different, to break the monotony, at least for me, being a BAS corpsman, we had so much downtime. It was ridiculous. You go crazy, thinking of things to do, whittling wood, smoking cigarettes, even though you don't smoke, just something to do. Building a rock climbing wall. I mentioned that before. I'll tell you that later. Whatever you could think of. Sit inside the porta-john and count your rounds into your hat while you got your pants down around your ankles, and then putting all your rounds back in the magazine. Just because. What else are you gonna do? So on. So I got to sit in on and forgive me, I'm going to forget because Marine jargon isn't fresh in my head, but it's a brief before the mission, and not every Marine gets to sit in on this. It's the higher up officers, the senior enlisted officers, and the corpsman. And I was like, oh, cool. Never sat in on one of these before. Yeah, what's ORD? Help me out. But yes, it was, if I'm describing it, you guys know what I'm talking about. And we literally walked into a room and they had a overhead projector, operational order. Yeah. What is in there? I forget. I remember reading about this when I was studying for for a promotion. I had to learn the Marine Corps, certain things about the Marine Corps in order to be what do they call it? An actual, yeah, I'll think of it. In order to get that patch or rate, whatever it was. Yeah, I was just one ahead of you. I was the E5. So, well, you're a corporal then, Hayes, correct? Or I'm sorry, you're Army. Sorry, I'm thinking Marines. Sorry. What is it in the Army? An E4. So anyways, I got to sit in on this meeting. Corporal, okay. Well, yeah, 0311 that's Marines. Hayes is Army. Yeah, so they pretty much are giving us, more detail. Like a lot more detail than I was given before I went on that patrol and found that mine and found out we were looking for mines. Yeah, and it was something more stimulating, to my eyes and my brain to actually see and hear, what these guys share with each other. And it wasn't, sensitive information or classified. I didn't have that clearance, so I wouldn't have been there. It was just, I was part of the group, specialist or corporal specialist, given after 2 years automatically. Past promotion board. Okay, gotcha. Hayes, thank you for that. And they had an overhead projector, and that was kind of cool, and I got to see maps, and they're showing me, the route and the circle, the whole loop that we were going to do, and how much time it was going to take, and the expectations from the different levels, and everyone's got their notebooks out and taking notes, and I'm all ears, just like, this is cool. It's like being in a movie, but the real thing. And then the sergeant goes out and he spreads the word, to the guys underneath him, and then everyone gets briefed on, a little more information, and then we meet up the next morning at, I don't know, dark 30, and we head out, and we're going into the city of heat. It's like, if I'm not mistaken, it's like 8 miles from the fob. So we drive in and we get extricated out by 7 tons. On the way in, it was cool by this part of the year. The summer was over, the 113-degree days were gone, and it was more like 75 to 80 degrees during the day. It was absolutely beautiful. And it was really cold nights, down into the 30s, sometimes freezing. And I remember driving to the city of heat, and I was butt cold. I mean, like really cold in the back of the 7-ton. If you've all been there, done this, you're all sitting in each other's laps, like 9 guys in a row, three rows inside the back of a metal 7-ton truck, all leaning against each other with your weapons. And anyway, so that's how we got in. And then they dropped us off somewhere in the middle of the dirt. Everyone's getting out. And to tell you the truth, I didn't know what I was doing. I'm just kind of following the guy in front of me. Everybody's taking a knee around me. So I'm just kind of copying, what these guys are doing. Again, remember, I wasn't a Marine. I wasn't on green side with a Marine Corps battalion before. I was blue side all my years. And so the only exposure I really had to with the Marines was when I went to Camp Pendleton and went to Field Medical Service School, which is called FMSS at Camp Pendleton. And they teach you, the ropes and the structure, of the Marines and so on and so forth. But after that, I went back to my Oxnard, California, and did my time at Point Magoo, without a Marine battalion. And then until I got deployed was I now put back into a Marine Corps environment, and I had to pretty much learn from scratch again. So I get off the truck, and it's pitch black, very little light, and there's like 3 people, if I remember correctly, per platoon that had night vision. The guy in the front, the point guy, Sarge in the middle, and the guy in the rear. The rest of us were blind. And no kidding, we were all holding onto each other's blouses, literally holding the guy's blouse in front of you so you could follow where he was going, because you couldn't see. It was black. There was no stars, very little. And there were city lights, though, in the distance. But they're in your face, so it doesn't help you. Let's see, city lights, they should have, but they didn't. It was just, I just remember holding on to the guy's blouse in front of me when we got moving. And it was relatively flat. Everything in Iraq is relatively flat, at least that part of Iraq. And then I could tell we were starting to walk downhill. It was more like a downhill walk. And then terrain started getting kind of rocky. And we all started kind of tripping. And these type of things you don't hear mentioned in the news very much. The falling down and whacking yourself and the grunts and the lacerations, the lumps, bumps, and bruises everybody receives just from walking, and falling over and tripping and stepping in holes and all that stuff. And so lots of that going on, and grunts and profanity behind us and the same thing in front of me. And we're all just walking in a line. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to get to the city. And it ended up being like about a mile walk from where we got dropped off to the city. But we're just walking along this flat terrain. And all of a sudden, the ground started getting muddy. And it's like, oh, well, this sucks, because the mud's starting to clump up on your boots. And I mean, it started getting to the point where you had a round clump under your boot, and you had a hard time keeping your balance. You were constantly trying to scuff your feet and get the mud off your boots. And that was just futile after a while. Now you're starting to barely be able to get your boots up out of the mud. And I thought, really? It's getting really bad. And then it started becoming water. And now it's like thick, deep, 10-inch mud with water up to your calves. And I thought, all right, this is getting worse. And now we got water up to our knees. And I can't see a thing. And there's people falling over in the water and getting up, and everybody's just, hating it. So eventually, I've got water up to my mid thighs now. We're in a pond or something. And I thought, wait a minute. I realized early on that being a corpsman isn't just putting bandages on people, but it's also to look after you guys' welfare and your welfare. Whether it's making sure you wash your hands at the wash station after you come out of the head, or when we're on patrol, maybe making a suggestion as to maybe we shouldn't be going this way. I thought, I got to say something. We're not in a good position at all. What if we were to get, fired upon or start receiving mortars or whatever? What in the hell are we going to be able to do out in this water? And we're literally up to our mid thighs in this stuff. And I thought, okay, this has got to stop. We gotta get out of here. And so I probably shouldn't have, because I was reprimanded before for leaving my Sarge and the radio guy. But I took it upon myself to go up to the front to the point guy, at least try, and figure out what he's doing, where he's going. Find out where he is and what he's being told. And I found him. His name was Corporal Linan, Linan, Hispanic guy from Houston, Texas. And he had NVG, on his helmet. And I finally got up to him and I said, Linan, what are you doing, dude? He's all by himself. He says, I'm just pushing on, Doc. I'm just pushing on. And he's pointing to his headset. He's got his headset on. He's got his radio. And I'm like, what are they telling you? He said, they're telling me to keep pushing, keep pushing. And I was like, dude, look where we are. And he goes, I know, Doc. And I thought, well, where are we going? How much more of this? And he said, oh, we're almost there. We're almost there. And, we're walking at the same time. And I thought, oh my gosh, I'm not getting anywhere. I'm not going to accomplish anything. So while I'm with him and I'm still up front, he comes to a stop and I can see what he's looking at in front of me. It's real dark. And I'm looking and he's looking and I'm like, dude, what is that? He goes, that's water, Doc. And I went, yeah, I know, and it's like from right to left, you can see this canal. It was like a canal about 15 feet wide, and it went perfectly parallel, all the way to the left, and it disappeared to the left, and all the way to the right. And we were in like a pond, and we came across this like, man-made looking canal right in front of us. And I went, what are we going to do now? And he's like, you think I can cross, Doc? And I went, no, dude, no, don't even think about it. And he's like, no, I think I can make it. And I'm like, no, lean on, don't do it, dude. And I just hold on, we'll figure this out. So he's getting his map out and he's figuring out where he's at. We're actually at this, we're supposed to get to this berm. We actually practiced this choke point drill days before when they were rehearsing, getting into the city. They found an entrance into the city and they considered it a choke point where if anything, they could meet resistance here because everybody's going to be filed into a narrow spot and crossing into the city. So we practiced this drill, a couple days before. Well, that's what he's looking for. He's looking for that. It's a berm into the city, but we've got this canal in front of us, like 15 feet wide. And on the other side of the canal is a wall, and it happened to be the city wall. On the other side of that wall is a street, and the city starts. Well, after the fact, I found out that this water that we are in was what we thought was an evaporation field for sewage. No kidding. Instead of a processing center like we have, they also have the old school evaporation. Matter of fact, that's what we used on our fob for the gray water, for the water from the outhouses. The overseas foreign workers would empty the outhouses, in their trucks, suck all the crap out of to the outhouses, and they'd take it out to the field where they actually had a gray water pit, an evaporation field pit, that broke that stuff down. Well, that's what I found out after the fact, that was more than likely what we were walking in. And I thought, you got to be kidding me. And that's why it smelt so strong of sulfur. It was horrible. So anyways, we're at this canal, and we're kind of at a standstill. And you can imagine everybody behind us is at a standstill as well. And he made a decision that we needed to go to the right. This entry point was to the right. So I was preparing to turn around and go back and, get back in position and then tell everybody else, what I found out. And when I turned my head, I heard a splash. And I turned back around real quick, and Linan was gone. He was gone. And I thought, holy, and I looked in the water through the dark and I can see it moving. And all of a sudden I see this helmet emerge and it floats to the top of the water. You got to go to that website that I posted. I actually did a handmade drawing with this camouflage. At least I tried to imitate this camouflage on this helmet. I swear. And this helmet floated to the top of the water. And all of a sudden this hand stuck up out of the water, and he popped his head up and he goes, help me. help me. And I thought, holy crap. And I froze. I was like, oh my gosh, I didn't know what to do. You know, I thought, I can't go in there. I'm going to sink too. You know, although he was a lot heavier than I was with all his gear, although we were all wearing flak jackets and, you know, our helmet and our weapon and so on, but unbelievable. Linan, apparently, I believe he decided to try to get to the other side after we decided, I told him, don't do it. I don't know what he was going to do once he got to the other side and encountered that wall. But anyways, he's in the middle of the water and I'm just frozen. I thought, holy crap. You know, I literally didn't know what to do. And all of a sudden, within seconds, I see this M16 barrel from beside me pushed right into his outreached hand, and he grabbed a hold of it. I looked back, and the Marine behind me had the know-how to put his M16 in his hand. And so I grabbed onto that Marine, and then somebody grabbed onto me, and somebody grabbed onto him, and this big chain pulled Linan out of the water. So that was my near drowning. Unbelievable. And he was coughing and spitting and just trying to clear his airway. He was fine, but he was on his knees. He is completely soaked. And it's probably in the low 40s or high 30s. It was butt cold. And now he's completely drenched. And I'm sitting there with him thinking, you know, what do I do with him? Nobody brought a change of clothes. We were supposed to be on a 6 to 8 hour patrol, right? From entry to exit. And so nobody brought a change of clothes. We brought, I think, one MRE with us, and water and ammunition, and my fanny pack, which was full of my medical gear. You know, I either had that slung over my shoulder or around my waist. Oh, it was. He said 2 words, help me. I was like, oh my God. You got to look at that website. Go to that illusiondweller.blogspot.com. I wrote about it. And thank God we got him out. And, you know, I sat there, we sat there and just kind of like tried to wring him out as much as we could. You know, we might have taken his blouse off and whatever and tried to wring it out. I don't remember doing that. So, you know, it was like nothing else I could do for him. He's fine. He's good to go. He's able to walk still. He's just going to be freezing. And I told the guys, I said, listen, just keep an eye on him. And if he starts having difficulty or any other complaints, just, you know, get back to me and let me know. And so I let him continue be on point, and I went back to where I was supposed to be and got in line, and we turned right, just like I thought he was going to do next. And we eventually found the entry point, that berm, and it didn't turn out to be yeah, thank you, Hayes. Appreciate it. Thank you for being in here. Thank you so much. And just to kind of go on with the story. So we make entry into the city, and it was literally what I described earlier. Some people brought some little Instamatic cameras. Nobody had, you know, smartphones. And so there were like multiple people taking flash pictures of a mosque. I remember they actually asked me, hey, Doc, you want to take a picture of a mosque? And I'm like, okay, what do you want? They said, just take a picture of the front of it. And I was like, okay. So I take a picture of the front of it. And then we eventually walked down the city streets, and then some traffic. All of a sudden I start hearing in the radio guy's ears, it's kind of picking up. And shortly thereafter, I hear a big whoomph in the distance behind us, and the chatter on his radio is picking up. So, you know, everyone's asking, you know, what's going on? And apparently one of the other platoons met a tank hit an IED in the back, and then some other platoon, I heard some small arms, you know, automatic weapons fire, and we're all wondering, you know, what's going on back there. And then we found out later that there was a vehicle. This is like about 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning by this time, I think. And apparently some kids, some Iraqi kids, were in a vehicle, and they decided whether they were friend or foe, I have no idea. But instead of stopping while they were approaching the platoon, they didn't. And so the M240, gunner opened up on them, and they stopped their vehicle and turned around and hightailed it out of there. Good thing they did that. So that was the small arms that we heard. And then all of a sudden, within moments, an incredible roar and thunder came over our heads while we were in the city walking. And that put us to our faces. And I remember the Iraqi interpreter, Safwan, was with me, and I'm staring at him, with my face on the ground, and we're looking at each other. And then I look up and I see that F-15 just roar off into the climbing, vertical, and the orange flares popping from the sides of him. And I thought, holy crap, why are they here? And, I thought it was an explosion, but it turned out to be just one of our F-15s doing a flyby or something super low. So that was effective on us as far as a show of force. And then, so we're starting to pick up pace. And I remember saying, they're saying, come on, Doc, let's go. So everybody's kind of double timing it. And we're starting to, like, our last egress out, we're going to make a right turn up the city block. And then apparently the 7 tons were waiting for us at the end. And then on that way out, that last half mile or whatever distance it was, I'm hearing my actual name, MacKay. And I'm in the, sun's starting to come up. The chant from the minarets, or, the drone is in the air, the prayers. And I'm trying to figure out, where's that coming from? I'm my name, who's calling my name? And I look to the right, I see 2 silhouettes coming in the dark, under the trees, and they're not with us. They're from another block or whatever. And this one guy's calling my name, and he starts getting closer to me, and I realize it's the corpsman that I went on that patrol with, where I found the mine. It was him. He was with another platoon, and he's like, help me out. Well, he had first sergeant with his arm around his shoulder, and he's kind of hobbling and limping. And I realized, he's got somebody hurt. So he's saying, help me out. So I went over there, and the 2 of us helped first sergeant. Well, first sarge happened to be, I had a run-in with first sarge when I first arrived in Iraq. I might have told the story. Some of you may remember, but I ended up getting in trouble with first sarge, and he gave me sandbag duty at the very beginning of the deployment. And well, that first sarge was now hurt, and now I'm assisting him. And I assisted him on that last push out of the city. And then we helped him up into the back of the 7 ton, and that corpsman and I ended up dressing first sarge. He had a pretty radical full thickness laceration to his scapula, the shoulder blade in the back, and his calf was ripped open, and we're not sure if it was shrapnel from a grenade or whatever, but something exploded, and he ended up being the recipient of that. And so we're bandaging him in the back of the 7 ton as it takes off and is going 1,000 miles an hour down the road. And then eventually we transferred him into a Humvee, and they gave him some morphine in the Humvee, I was told, and continued to monitor him as they took him to another, I don't know if they took him back to the FOB or what they did with him. But so that was my near drowning in the city of heat. Unbelievable. I mean, who would have known a near drowning in Iraq? It's like, what the heck? He was the Marine that I accompanied back to Al-Assad base when he got his checkup. Corporal Inan. And he turned out to be fine. I remember sticking a thermometer up his butt at the fob to check for hypothermia. Oh, by the way, I didn't mention that part. On the way back to the fob, word via radio, I guess the guys driving the 7-ton got word that a Marine was having some difficulty and they were calling for me. And I'm like, okay, what's going on? And they pulled over, the 7-tons pull over, and they bring Corporal Inan to me. And he is shivering like a popsicle. He's got ice on his eyebrows, and his tip of his nose looks blue, and his earlobes and his lips. And I'm like, holy crap. Corporal Inan froze. He ended up freezing. What I thought was if something was going to happen to him, that's what was going to happen to him. Well, apparently he lasted the whole patrol and didn't say anything until he just couldn't, or somebody noticed he's having some trouble. So they got him up to me, and I looked at him and went, okay, we need to get him warm. So we got him into the cab of the 7-ton. They actually had the heater hose, the big monster heater hose from the 7-ton, and we disconnected that from under the dash. Actually, they had done that already, and for extra heat. And we put it right. We derobed him, put a wool green wool blanket over him, and he was in his PT shorts and his t-shirt, and we put that blanket over him and put that heater hose up to his crotch, and we cranked that thing. And I just said, just leave it there, guys. We'll deal with him when we get to the fob. So that's what we did for Linan for the rest of the trip back to the fob. So I was saying I put a thermometer in his butt, and he turned out to be just fine. He was like 98.6 or whatever. So, and then he followed up for a follow-up appointment back at Al Assad base, where I encountered that civilian contractor or civilian supervisor that offered me $125 a year if I wanted to return back to Iraq when I got home. Yeah, so even though it was the most boring camp out of my life, and that, no kidding, most of the time it was just downtime. I've said before, unfortunately for us corpsmen, what makes a busy day for me is when you're hurt or sick. And that gives us something to do, and we thrive on that kind of stuff. It's awesome. It's like getting some, when the guys are, going to Iraq to get involved in some engagement. Well, that's, for me, taking care of somebody is my engagement. And I get a rush out of that. It's awesome putting needles in people and doing all that stuff. It is. It's just, it's like textbook come real, you don't have to read about it and learn about it. You actually get to do it. Or practice on mannequins. You actually get to stick real people. That sounds bizarre to you guys, but that's the way it is. Thank God for human beings. That's our job security. So, yeah, even though amidst that 7 months of boredom, I did get an opportunity to experience some things that were unique, to being in Iraq. How many times in an ambulance would I experience coming across a vehicle mine, or going on patrol with snipers, or, the patrol through the city of heat, and so on. The medical stuff was, nothing new. I mean, I've seen more out in the civilian that I ever saw over in Iraq, which was a good thing, for you guys. But, so when I got an opportunity to practice medicine when I was over there, it was nothing new. It was just something that I was finally I get to do something, Oh, and then the very last, probably the last week before we got relieved by, I think it was 3-5 out of Ohio. Don't quote me on that. Maybe one of you guys would be able to know more than me if my memory serves me correct. I think it was 3-5. They came to us to relieve us, and we had like 3 weeks or 2 weeks to familiarize them with the ropes on the fob. And one of the corpsmen came up to me and literally held on to my arm and said, "Can I be with you?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." With the deer in the headlight looks. Just arrived after our 7-month deployment. And shortly thereafter, we got an Iraqi, a bad guy, who was literally riddled with 7.62 rounds, or, well, M16 is what, 5.67, 5.56? I went through this already. The M16 is 5.56, right? The AK is a 7.62. Yeah. Riddled with, automatic rifle rounds. And he must have had, I don't know, 12, 16 holes in his body, but was still breathing when they brought him to us there at the fob. And it was our opportunity to literally practice on, let me read this. We were getting drunk in the barracks with some medics, and they had some saline IVs and taught us how to put IVs. Yeah, oh my God. They actually let you guys, they probably said, here's what to do. That's not funny. But it figures, yeah, anything goes, especially corpsmen. In the civilian world, how we treat drunks from the street, and it applies to you guys too, because you were drunk. We call them banana bags. And if you've ever seen them, you ever seen somebody with an IV bag and it's completely yellow fluid? It looks like urine, like really dehydrated urine. Well, it's not. It's vitamins. And we call it a banana bag because it's yellow. And it's saline, and it's got magnesium, something. It's got all the vitamins to help replenish what you're depleted of from getting drunk and dehydrated. But out there in Iraq, they probably didn't have that. I know I didn't when I was there. We just had the different saline and D5W, I think, and lactated ringers, LR. Yeah, so anyways, that bad guy that we got to play with, the oncoming crew actually got an opportunity to, if they wanted to, they were kind of deer in the headlight look still. But I got to try to intubate. I've mentioned that in my past live stream where I'm actually trying to put a tube in his trachea, and he was still alive enough to bite down really bad, and I couldn't get into his mouth. And our commanding officer, the neurosurgeon from Bossier City, Louisiana, he was trying to put in a central line in this guy. Yeah, 5.56. Thank you. He was at the head, the commanding officer, the neurosurgeon. Gosh, if I could, maybe I'll talk about the neurosurgeon sometime, but he was such a cool dude. He was my age. He was 3 years older than me, and he was a neurosurgeon. I'm like, God, where did I go wrong? Here I'm a second-class petty officer, paramedic in the civilian world, and he's a brain doctor, a neurosurgeon. And he volunteered for Iraq. He left his practice in Bossier City, Louisiana, to go play with his Marines over in Iraq. We were like, whoa. And apparently, I think the scuttlebutt, the rumor was, he made like $3 million a year in the civilian world, and he took a like 60% cut and pay. He made $500,000 over in Iraq as a whatever commander is. Commander Willis. Yeah. So you figured out the cut of $500,000 from 3 million to $500,000. Like, good Lord. And he volunteered, and he wanted to be at the point every time we went out. And the whole fob was like, oh my gosh, Commander wants to be up front. We can't let him do that. And he's like, no, dude. And he insisted, I want to be there. I want to be there with you guys. Yeah. And they were like treading eggshells, every time the Commander went out, because he wanted to be right up in front. And he was. It's like, well, don't let Commander out too much. Yeah, Commander Willis, man. He was with us watching movies at night. We were watching what's the animated show with the dad and his son, the Southern Yeehaws. What's the name of that animated? The Marines had the whole series, in their DVD albums. What's the name of that animated series? Something Guys, or Hank Hill. That was one of them. Hank was, some of the Marines had Hank, and the other guy, they had a whole line of those characters. Anyways, Commander, you know how fraternization is frowned upon, and in the military. Family Guy, yeah, that was it. Oh, Commander Willis got a kick. He had never seen Family Guy before, and when he saw Family Guy, he was like a little kid in the audience, and we were all laughing, and he's just laughing with us. And he would show up every night he could. That is, to the BAS. We would have movie night in the BAS. And we had a TV, and we had surround sound speakers in the room. And, DVD players last for about a month until the sand destroys them. But anyways, yeah, it was a kick to have him there. And we would have food and popcorn, and all that endless supply of peanut butter crackers that the manufacturers would send us. That was coming out our ears. Yeah, King of the Hill. Family Guy, all of them. I don't know if you were part of this, but the guys, when they were back in at the FOB or wherever it was at the wherever you guys got to, if you ever got to get out of the field, and decompress somewhere at a FOB or a lot of the Marines had, their albums of music and movies, and everyone wheeled and dealed, or you could just go around. You found out who had certain movies, so you would go over there at night and pop in, and you'd literally check out a movie, and they'd make you sign it. You'd check out the movie so you could go and watch it. But the best part was watching Commander Willis fraternize with us and watch movies at night. It was awesome. He was just like one of the guys, laughing. It was great. What else? Speaking of alcohol, as you know, alcohol's frowned upon over in Iraq, and porn, that was like, the two, they brief you before you go over, saying there's two no-nos over in the Middle East. That's, porn and alcohol. Well, there's plenty of it, as you know. And even the Iraqi interpreters, Ali and Safwan, Ali in particular, he was like Tom Selleck. You have to read the after action I wrote about Safwan. And actually, I did a video where I'm actually reading the after action about Safwan. Well, he was a real handsome GQ looking guy, probably in his early 40s, and he was tall, like 6+ feet, and he was an ex-Iraqi pilot, and he had this Kalashnikov, his AK, that was chrome. The trigger, what part of the weapon of that is called, was all chrome, and he used to keep that thing like super polished and take it out on patrol wherever he went. Well, Safwan lined his bedroom wall and his ceiling, all 4 walls of his bedroom that he shared with Ali, the 2 of them, with Playboy centerfolds all over his room, his roof, and the walls, and his door were all Playboy centerfolds. So much for no porn. They had a funeral ceremony for the magazines after deployment. For the magazines, they had to say goodbye to them. They had to get rid of them. Oh my gosh. And what was I going to say about Stefan? Oh, and the alcohol. We didn't have any alcohol except for Christmas. Wherever they got it from, we each got 2 bottles of beer. I think it was Heineken. I might be able to find pictures of us holding them, and I forget, but it's either, I don't know, whatever it was, Miller or something. But we each got 2 bottles of beer for Christmas, and we got Santa hats to wear and take pictures of us. I actually got a YouTube video. Where's the phone? Here it is. See if I can pull that one up. Oh, you know what? I'm not going to be able to do it. Anyways, maybe another time I'll post that video. You can see it on my channel. Just look for 123 Marines Fob Heat, and I got 2 slideshows of us over there at the Fob, and some of the popular photos that were circulating during that time. That's awesome. Yeah, I remember some guy got a hold of some video that was this porn video, and it's like 8 of us all stood around like vultures, standing up, looking over these videos, watching these, very graphic porn video, if you want to call it that, of all things. We did see, speaking of females, not to put females and porn together, but yeah, you can't have one without the other. Well, never mind. We won't go there. I did see 1 or 2 females. There was like 2 occasions, or I don't know how many occasions, very few occasions when the disbursement came to the Fob, which was the money people, because there's nowhere to spend money, out in the middle of the dirt. But they did have a truck that came to the Fob they were supposed to come like once a month, but it wasn't always perfect. And that's another peripheral duty of mine, was to keep track of when this truck would come, and they would bring, all the high-speed gifts and snacks from, home, and cigarettes for the smokers, and DVDs and movies and potato chips and all of the above. And we got to spend money when if that truck came by. And you could check out, a certain amount of money from this disbursement. Well, this disbursement duo was a guy and a gal. And so that was the first time I saw a female. And then the second time and they left. Never saw them again. And then another time was some Intel guys group officer, and they had the room of their own, and you rarely saw them. And they had a sign on their door that said, you know, do not enter or you will be shot or something. And I don't know if they're serious or not, but nobody entered. And we saw what appeared to be a Middle Eastern lady, go in and out of that room. And that's all we knew. Of course, the rumors, you know, were rampant about that. You know, whether she was a part of intelligence or what. Oh, Skibidi toilet brush. I'm sorry, I missed you, bro. You're back. Oh, speaking of a funeral, kind of on a sad note, I had, like I said, you know, that was my crash course, on the job training with the Marines, there in Iraq. And they did have a funeral, you know, rifle and boots, ceremony for one of the Marines. We only, you know, I know one death is, you know, bad enough for somebody or somebody's, but there were 4 fatalities out of approximately 600 people in the battalion, and 2 of them were a motor vehicle accident between a Mercedes-Benz and a Humvee, head-on collision, and the other 2 were an IED, where a Humvee hit an IED, and they ended up bringing that vehicle, or what was left of it, onto the FOB. And of course, everybody wanted to go out and take a look at it, and they kind of had that cordoned off and weren't allowing people to go out there and snoop and poop around that thing. So we didn't really get to see it, but from afar. But 2 Marines were killed during that, and they had a procession for them. Not a procession, but a ceremony there in the courtyard of the FOB. So that was the first time to see that and experience that. I actually was part of it just so I could experience it. Went up to the boots and saluted it, and then out of there. Yeah, but all in all, it was a good eye-opening experience that I would never have had an opportunity to be a part of unless I joined the military. You know, nobody anticipates that kind of stuff happening, nor did I. You know, nobody saw 9/11 coming. And it took, like I said, 3 years from 2001 to 2004 to find my name. And apparently I was told by my officers for my group there in Point Magoo that my paperwork was lost or misfiled back at the DOD in Maryland or somewhere back here. And that was why my name wasn't called or was missed. And then once they figured that out, my command, they eventually called me in 2004. I thought maybe I was going to sneak under the radar and never get the phone call as everybody was calling it, because people kept asking me, "Did you get the phone call? Did you get the phone call?" And I'm like, without saying anything. All right, Hayes. I'm doing it Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, until I try not to do more than 4 hours. So that would be 2 in the morning if I did it 4 hours. But start at 10 on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. You told me before, Hayes, whereabouts are you? I'm drawing a blank. Are you in California? You told me already. Ohio? Wisconsin? Where? Michigan? Ohio. There you go. What? You're Army though. You're not. You're not Marine. I was gonna say the group that relieved us was out of Ohio. I'll have to Google it and find out what Marine battalion is out of Ohio. I'll figure it out. Good night, Hayes. Fort Irwin, California. Right on. Yeah, I think I told you, I'm a San Diego boy, born and raised. Now back here in New Jersey. Life events brought me back here. Yeah, 3-4. I kept saying 3-5. Oh, 325. That's it. Sorry. I was saying 3-5. It's 325. 3rd Battalion, 25th Marine. Yeah, they ended up losing 45 guys. Unbelievable. Those kids that relieved us ended up losing 45 out of their battalion during their 7 month. And when we heard that, it was like, oh my Lord, what happened? You know, they're patrolling the same areas and the same patrols, same city, same Haditha Dam, and apparently the bad guys increased, the population increased in the city of Heat, and it became a really bad place to be. You know, I remember hearing rumors of Heat going to escalate anytime soon towards the end of our deployment, and it never did. And then when this other crew came in to relieve us, apparently it did then. And they ended up having a real bad couple of bad days. And I thought that corpsman that was actually shadowing me when he first got there, I thought maybe, you know, what are the chances? 45 of them that he would be one of them. And he wasn't. He's still in Wisconsin to this day with a family and children. I reunited with him a couple years ago. But he said it was really bad. Yeah. Well, Yeah, I'm actually, I guess I should stay on for a little bit longer because some of the other guys usually come in later, usually later than earlier. So we'll see if they pop in. Yeah, what happened to you, Josh? Was it Josh? No, Jeff. Uh,
Oh,
Jeff Sasso. Are you still there? I thought Josh Ison popped in, but no, it was just you, Jeff. Let's see here. Let me go back. Alicia, are you still there? Did you get out of bed yet? Oh, Alicia. Alicia, if you're still there, what are you doing on your days off? Do you go into the city and go shopping and do all that? How about you, Skibidi? Are you still hanging out? Chris, where'd you go? Give me 1 second, guys. Hold on. What did I miss?
So that's actually good. That's actually good.
Looks like I got two sets of eyeballs watching. Anybody out there? Anybody? Let's see if I can. Oh my gosh. Trying to focus on something here.
Whoa.
There we go. Okay. Come on in, guys, ladies, gentlemen. Stop swiping. Well, I still got a whole cup of coffee. Let me see something real quick.
What happens if you? It killed you. Yes, that makes sense. I just never really know because people already shooting before I get to. Yeah, the fan. I touched the fan. So remarkable. Honestly.
Alexa, turn on the kitchen. Aha! We got two of us. Without an echo, I hope.
He's a good worker. Since he has the sense. Yes, he has shields and sense. He's the ultimate defensive character. And he heals. Let's see if you can survive a
Well, that's not good.
What?
Get out of here. Get out.
Oh, maybe that's so. And I'm wrong. There you go. If you put attack the suppressor,
I should be able to mute. Oh, there we go. Okay,
yeah, but right.
that's why.
So much. Still. The goaded spot. The goaded spot C. Just sit right here. Well, for me, this one right here, because nobody checks this one. For some reason, I don't know why. Everyone's looking down here, so you just. And in this window right here.
Oh, you know what? I need to change out my battery. I do that before it dies on me. Shit, I'm surprised it lasts this long already. Give me one moment here
I didn't set my range. Just curious.
as I swap out the battery.
Oh, I don't. It's not true. Yes, people. One thing I can tell you. Is people usually are prone here, down here, but mostly a ton of people are right here.
All right.
So one thing, easy.
Good to
Right
go.
here.
I think.
Wait, I want to show you one. I don't know if it'll keep it to your cats. But it was I'm trying to remember where it was. It was in.
All right.
Do you know what the
That'll work.
The hospital beds with the IV.
I think.
Maybe that's what we. I just want to show you, see if it spawns here. Maybe you'll get it to your pal. I'm always so tempted to take you down. Oh, yeah. He was He was somewhere here. You see it? a plushie underneath the desk. No, that definitely was over there. I guess it has to be into like an actual game. Because he picked up the plushie, he looked at it, it disappeared into a puff of smoke, and I got a weapon jar. I'm trying to think. Because they went from in here to the back of there. How did that you have to go through here? That's totally possible. But how the heck did they get past everybody? They went past.
Happened when the two deadliest snipers in Vietnam squared off.
Sniper was sent down there to get me, which I would have done for a check.
After eliminating 400 communists, Carlos Hathcock.
You just need to be good enough to do it like really fast and under stress. Because you're not going to get a lot of time, you know, redo because you're going to be.
Well, I'm going to be on for another, I don't know, hour. Try to make it till 2. Anybody else wants to come on in, guys? Have a seat. Let's do this last hour.
Jump around's easier because you know this is better. It's kind of luck. Whichever one's easier, less luck. Okay, that sucks. That was a barrier. It's not letting me. You just push me out. Maybe. Oh, that's happens.
Who just came in? I see a set of eyeballs. Anybody? Anybody? Who be there? There they are. Come in, guys, ladies, gentlemen. Have a seat. Get your cup of coffee. Let's chat. Alexa, turn off the kitchen. Oh, that's a little better. We got 3 people watching. Come on in. Leave a comment. I'm going to be on for another hour or so. So come on in. Let's start something. Anybody? Anybody out there? Let's see if I can get this thing focused a bit.
That up there is great. Well, if it's not, we're still in the subject.
Well, anybody out there? Hello, hello? What would you like to talk about? I've got some medical stories I can draw on. I can talk about what? The truth? How about different fields of science from a creation worldview? Let's see. A cataclysmic global flood would have greatly altered the carbon balance of the world with massive tectonic upheaval. The flood would have buried and sealed masses. Cosmo, the OG. Now, are you the OG that comes in? English, of course. Muy poquito español. ¿Y tú? So, if there was a massive global flood, there would be massive amounts of carbon in the form of plants that became coal and oil, thus exhausting the total carbon, C14 and C12, that is, available in the biosphere. That is, the total carbon in Earth's plant and animal communities and atmosphere. You are an OG. Oh, I remember your profile picture now. I forgot. That was isn't that the who is that again? It almost looks like Shrek, but it's not. So that makes sense, right? If there was a global flood, there would be a massive uprooting of plant material. And that would eventually settle, sink, and form coal and oil. And that would exhaust the total carbon, both C14 and C12, the unstable and stable forms of carbon, available in the biosphere. That is, the total carbon in Earth's plant and animal communities and atmosphere. The normal production of CO2 by decaying plants would have been substantially curtailed because of burial under millions of tons of water-laden sediment. That makes total sense. You picture it, there's lots of plants, forests, and then there was a worldwide flood, all of that would be submerged. So there would be no longer the carbon production that the Earth normally would have had. Also, new plants regrowing after the flood would have absorbed the remaining CO2. That's interesting. So any CO2 that's left in the atmosphere is going to get depleted even further when new plant life starts to grow. And that's done by photosynthesis. That was not replaced by decay of vegetation. Okay, yeah. So I was actually thinking that because there are new plants, that would form new CO2. Well, not the formation of plants that produces CO2, but the decaying of the new plants after they die. But if there was a total devastation of plant life all over the world, then there would be no longer any decaying because it would all be buried by sediment and water. And then once the new plant life starts to emerge, there's no dead plant life yet. So any remaining CO2 in the atmosphere is going to get absorbed by this new plant life. That makes sense. Let me continue. Although C14 and C12 were depleted in the biosphere because of burial by the flood, C14 was continually being produced in the atmosphere from nitrogen 14. Thus, C14 was increasing at a faster rate than C12. Although the amounts of both C14 and C12 would have been although the amounts of C14 and C12 was substantially depleted, the ratio of C14 to C12 would have continued to increase after the flood. So one would reason the ratio of C14 to C12 in plants and animals during and after the flood was lower than what it is today. It is now admitted by all investigators, this is by Dr. John Morris, that the C14 concentration is constantly increasing. This implies less carbon-14 in the past. So animals and plants that supposedly died hundreds or thousands of years ago would date much older than their true age. There you go. That's why carbon dating is so unreliable, because it isn't the same today as it is in the past. The ages that we're getting today are much older. By the way, how is carbon-14 formed? When cosmic radiation strikes nitrogen-14 in the atmosphere, nitrogen-14 is converted into C14. In turn, C14 decays back into nitrogen-14 with a half-life of 5,730 years. Josh, I was just talking about you. I was saying maybe Josh will be appearing later because he normally is in later, and I was on early tonight at 10 p.m. So I've been on for 3 hours. So I'm just reading some interesting effects of the worldwide flood. One of those, if there was a worldwide flood, what would you expect to find? And this is what you would expect to see. And I'm reading those findings on carbon-14. Why the carbon-14 dating is inaccurate today. Yeah. Here, for, the rate of carbon-14 production today is about 18% higher, 18 to 25% higher than the rate of decay. That means that today we are experiencing a net increase in the proportion of C14 in the atmosphere. It is impossible to determine whether it has always been increasing. But one thing is certain. There is no reason to believe that the carbon-14 to carbon-12 proportion has been constant throughout time, and good reason to believe it has been lower in the past than it is today. Interesting stuff, I'm telling you. All you got to do is read it, and it starts to make sense. It starts to fit. It contradicts what we were taught. You know, the key to the past is not the present. What happened in the past were catastrophic events. We don't see those catastrophic events today, not in the magnitude that was historically recorded, you know, in the Bible. So you can't use today's processes to determine the past, which is naturalism, and it's just not true. It makes sense. That's what I keep saying. The more I read, the more it makes sense. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, I can see that. I can believe that because the evidence is such that it makes sense. It fits. See, that I was saying earlier, you know, that is the definition of believe. To believe is to understand. It's based on evidence. Noah Webster says it the best. The guy that wrote the dictionary, imagine that, you know, says it the best. As easy as typing in 1828, Webster's dictionary, right? And here it is, the very first one. A dictionary search. I'm going to type in believe. Check this out, Josh. This is so good. I've done this so many times, and it's just so good to keep doing it. To believe is a verb transitive. To credit upon the authority or testimony of another. To be persuaded of the truth of something upon the declaration of another or upon evidence furnished by reasons, arguments, and deductions of the mind, or by other circumstances than personal knowledge. When we believe upon the authority of another, we always put confidence in his veracity. When we believe upon the authority of reasoning, arguments, or a concurrence of facts and circumstances, we rest our conclusions upon their strength or probability, their agreement with our own experience, etc. Okay? In other words, to have a firm persuasion of anything, or in some cases, to have full persuasion, approaching to certainty. See, this is to believe. Now, let me just go down further. This was in the year 1828, and Noah Webster says this. Now you can put this and apply this to today's use of the word believe. And he wrote this in the year 1828. Listen to this. In popular use and familiar discourse, to believe often expresses an opinion in a vague manner without a very exact estimate of evidence, noting a mere preponderance of opinion, and is nearly equivalent to I think or I suppose. See? Even today, that is the most popular use and familiar discourse, is to use the word believe in that context. I think or I suppose. But instead of saying I think or I suppose, they say, oh, I believe that. Where they really haven't looked into it and studied and are convinced almost to the point of, what'd I say? Full persuasion. Yeah, I've heard of Nostradamus. Yeah, so after reading this, here, let me go further. Here, I think in the earlier part of that definition, here, it uses the word understanding. So I did a further search and looked up the word understand. And I came to the conclusion that in order to believe, you need to understand. I mean, you need to truly understand. Like that definition said, almost to the point of absolute certainty. In some cases, to understand is the sense is to support or hold in the mind. Number one, to have just and adequate ideas of, to comprehend, to know, as to understand a problem, to understand a proposition or a declaration. To have the same ideas as the person who speaks or the ideas which a person intends to communicate. I understood the preacher. I understood the court perfectly. I understood the advocate or his argument. And then if you want even how accurate his predictions were, what year he was from the 1600s, something like that. Yeah, I remember. I'm in the past. It's been a long time since I've read again what Nostradamus. Um, but you know, Josh, I've I've learned, like I said, you know, I've learned so much. A different. Boy, that hasn't happened in a while. My controller actually died. I've been doing pretty good about that. Oh, I was saying now that I've been, you know, restudying things from a creation worldview, and I'm reading, you know, different uh, ways of looking at things and things that I thought I understood before, and now I'm realizing that what I thought I understood, I didn't understand, and it doesn't make any sense when I look back at it. And or, for instance, questions like, is there are there UFOs? Is there intelligent life, you know, out there? Or uh, sayings like what you just said, kind of scary how accurate Nostradamus' predictions were. Um, and the answers, you know, to that is absolutely, you know, it doesn't surprise me that people would be able to come up with predictions, you know, that are really, really so close that, you know, you would think that they knew something, you know, that somebody else didn't, or were able to know something, you know, that others can't. And back to whether there, you know, is intelligent life and other planets. My own opinion is absolutely not. Um, they're not going to find it. But you know, UFOs. You know, are people seeing and experiencing things? And the answer is absolutely. You know, there's just too much there's just too much evidence coming from reliable sources that, you know, what they're seeing or what they're experiencing is something that they made up. You know, not everybody's a hoax. You know, some of these these Air Force pilots and so on, and you know, I've seen something in the Sierra Nevadas that I can't explain. And you know, did I actually see it? Yes, I saw it. So what is it? I don't know. Um, so you know, was it real? To me, absolutely. Um, but I've got a book, for example. Where is it here? It's Alien Intrusion, and it's written by a creation uh, scientist. Where is it? A creation worldview scientist. I shouldn't say a creation scientist. That's something different. It's here somewhere on my table, and it's called Alien Intrusion. As a matter of fact, it came out in the theaters nationwide for a short bit, and I think it's available. You can from probably available on Amazon or those other movie platforms. And it talks about a different way of looking, or kind of explaining what I was saying, and that is, you know, are these people actually experiencing what they're experiencing? And their conclusion was, yes, people are obviously experiencing something. But they're using the word of God they're sticking with the Word of God, the truth, and using that as a variable to explain what these people are experiencing. And it's just a different way of looking at things, and it makes a lot of sense. And that is, Satan's been deceiving from the very beginning. So to have people experiencing these UFOs, unidentified flying objects, that are unexplained, he says, in so many words, doesn't surprise him. Because whatever Satan can use to keep somebody's focus away from Christ wouldn't surprise him one bit. And I thought about that. Wow. Absolutely. Like these spirits, people experiencing, paranormal activity. We got a legitimate Navy SEAL that has a successful channel called 3 and 7 Project, I think is the name of it. He's an ultra distance runner. You may have seen him. He had an experience over in Afghanistan with his group of Navy SEALs that obviously was real. What he experienced, and his other guy, it wasn't just him and his other guys experienced it. They obviously, they were actually experiencing something, but it wasn't focused on, loving the Lord thy God with all thy heart, soul, and mind. And the second is like unto it, love thy neighbor as thyself, the 2 great commandments. It definitely isn't focused on that. It's focused away from that. And anything to keep people's mind off of those 2 commandments doesn't surprise me now at all. See, when you look at it that way, it's like, so are these things real? Are these people actually experiencing? Absolutely. Absolutely they are. But it doesn't matter. The truth is the truth. And that's definitely, that definitely isn't the truth. It has nothing to do with the truth. Matter of fact, it's pretty much deception, if you ask me. When you look at the truth, right? That makes sense. It's like, the Word of God says this. Does that have anything to do with the Word of God and the focus? No. And as a matter of fact, you know what got rid of that? What was the word I called it? The Navy SEALs experience over in Afghanistan. I think it was either Iraq or Afghanistan. Do you know what got rid of that situation, or got them out of that situation? Was the Word of God. You should hear his experience when he was over there. He ended up calling home via sat phone or somehow, and actually got a pastor on the phone with him in Afghanistan or Iraq, wherever he was, and put him on speakerphone. The pastor told him, put me on speakerphone. And he walked around the room when this pastor was basically like cleansing the room with the Word of God. And it stopped it. And that, I believe that was his OMG moment as to there's more to this than what I know. And that's when he learned, we're not fighting a spiritual battle. We're not fighting a fleshly battle. We're fighting a spiritual battle. I've heard of more than one instances. A best friend of mine in high school's mother had a best friend named Diane, and she lived in Alpine, California. It's kind of in the foothills of San Diego County, up near the Laguna Mountains. And she was doing her laundry at a laundromat, and she was by herself. And apparently some guy came in, some no good guy, and decided to assault her, at least try. And first thing she could think of, not only to scream, but to say, "In the name of Jesus Christ, leave me alone." And the guy like jumped back like, "What?" And he turned around and he darted out the door and he ran at when she said that. Almost like he got like, "Oh my God, what is she saying?" And he turned around and he left. And that's all it took, was to get rid of that guy. And I remember hearing that before I even knew the Word of God. And it was like, whoa, really? And now when I'm hearing these, repeat experiences from people and how they got out of that or how they solved it is usually with the Word of God. And that makes sense. It's like, to get away from that type of experience, like these out of body experience people have where aliens are inserting things into their body and dissecting them and having these weird experiences, are they actually experiencing that? Obviously they are. Something's happening, whether it's a dream or, just a super real dream or what. But the solution isn't to look into it and to delve into it further and to investigate it and to go further and feed it, and start developing these organizations, UFO organizations and Bigfoot and, that isn't how you combat that. And if you read, you have to read that book. Dang it, where is it? I've got it on my table and I can't believe I can't see it. It's Alien Intrusion is the name of the book. It's the name of the movie as well. And it talks about many of those people that experience those phenomenons, that where their abduction, that's what, alien abductions. That not the majority, but many of them found an escape from that, where it stopped happening, where they stopped having those experiences through the Word of God. Yeah. So again, are they actually experiencing these things? Absolutely. Yeah. That's right. That makes sense, right? That's it. That makes total sense when you put it in perspective of the truth. It's that old saying, if it doesn't align with the Word of God, then more than likely it isn't. If somebody's telling you to jump off the bridge because God told you to do it, that obviously doesn't fit in alignment with the Word of God. So it's not good advice. This organization I've been mentioning over and over again, Reformers Unanimous. It was you, Josh, right? That I mentioned, and you looked up a chapter near you. That addresses all of it. All of this that I'm talking about. It teaches people, first and foremost, it first emphasizes, the very first thing the program emphasizes is, do you know Christ? Do you know who he is and why he came to this earth? And if you don't, let me share something with you. The very first thing in the book, here, where's my RU bag? I've got that. I believe I do. Yeah, the Overcomer book. This is the blue book they give you when you first walk into the program. And The very first thing in the very first page, it gives you the story, and then it tells you the format. It basically introduces you to the program. And then the very first challenge, oh, you got to memorize, sorry. Talk. That's the format. First, we talk to God through prayer and testimony. Second, we talk to each other in challenge groups. And third, we talk, and God talks to us through his message, through a message. And then, let's see, second challenge is only the truth makes free. And you learn a little bit about John 8:32 and what he said. You just memorize only the truth makes free. They're kind of simple challenges, the first two. Chapter 3, you read a proverb a day, very easy. Whatever day it is in the month, you read that proverb that coincides with what day it is of the month. So if it's the first day, you read Proverb 1. If it's the 13th day of the month, you read Proverb 13, etc. And then the 4th and 5th, you start learning Psalm 1. And then the 6th challenge, I thought it was the very first challenge. Yeah, okay, let me see. Maybe it's the very first challenge in the next book, after the beginner's book. Okay, I just learned something myself. I was trying to talk about this with somebody, and I couldn't because I Yep, I lost my controller because I have it unplugged. I just realized why it's dying so quickly. Shows you how often or how long it's been since I went through. I actually started working the program from the very beginning, as if I was just starting the program for the very first time. Because I found that even though there is more curriculum after the initial 6 to 9 months, I found that I can still get good stuff out of it just by reworking what I just learned over the first year of the program. Let's see here. The next book in the curriculum is called the Stronghold Study Course. And let's see what the very first challenge is here on this one. Challenge 1. You learn John 14:6. Well, I'm not going to spend any more time because I'm not finding what I've been telling people all along. But yeah, I was saying you got to know who or yeah, why Christ. That's they emphasize. The program emphasizes at the very beginning, at least they allude to it, do you know has anybody ever shared with you, what would happen to your soul if you were to die today? And then, give them an opportunity to say, no, nobody's ever told me that before, or shared with that. And then you share that with them. That way, if they leave the Reformers Unanimous program that night and went home and unfortunately got involved in a motor vehicle accident and had their life taken from them, at least they had the opportunity to accept Christ or to understand Christ before they took their last breath. That really is the most important question somebody needs to address before they start the RU program or before they do anything, at the beginning of that day, if they've never had the opportunity to do that before. Because what if, right? What if, a good old question, what if, what if nobody shared with you, gave you that opportunity? Sorry, you get to look at my chin here for a second. I'm trying to focus. God forbid that you leave this earth and you didn't get the opportunity to say, wow, I understand now. No matter what I do, no matter what good deeds I do, I'm not going to be able to forgive and forget my sins and resurrect from the dead when I take my last breath. Josh, were you here when the Islam or the Muslim guy, Muhammad, I think he was from Texas, came in? Well, I ended up liaisoning with him for a little bit after the live stream, and he messaged me on one of my videos. Yeah. And I looked up at least his screen name, and I'd have to look back, and I don't remember what it was. It was Muhammad something something. And I looked up his screen name and his channel, and it went to almost like, are you familiar with a ninja account? It's like people have multiple YouTube channels, but really one is the main channel. And then they have other, channels that aren't, that they just use for other purposes. Well, it was one of those channels, it wasn't a popular, multi or established, subscribed channel. But the name itself was the name of a popular or a not famous Islamic leader, and he's a large name in the Islamic community, and he does a lot of debates with Christian apologists. And I thought to myself, was that him? Was I speaking to him? And he was just communicating through a lesser known channel of his? I don't know. But the extent that he was, and the detail that he was sharing with me that he was going into using the Quran was like overwhelming. He was obviously doing a lot of copying and pasting, and but he was also conversing with me, one-on-one. And I was wondering, I wonder if I'm talking to that guy, because he obviously knew he knew his Quran and knew what he was talking about. But I was, thank God, I was able to stay focused, and just stick with the Word of God and not go down the rabbit holes that he was taking me down. And when I was doing that, I found myself able to to have a constructive conversation with him. And I just kept asking questions, basic questions regarding the Word of God. Are you 100% sure that if you were to take your last breath, that where your soul would end up? And I wasn't getting answers to these simple questions. And I realized, that's the key. The key is to just stick with the Word of God. And if he's able to answer it, and I was just doing a lot of praying, like, silently to myself, like, help me, I'm not sure how to respond to this guy. What do I say? Where do I go with this? And I found myself able to, I was able to stay with him. And the bottom line was, and that came to me that night, and I ended up trying to get into conversation with him again by having him respond. And he did. The question that came to me was what does the Quran have to offer me that that I am not already promised? And the answer was, only God knows that. His answer. Hi, girl in the mirror. You'll find, in so many words, we'll find out when we get there. And I thought, Muhammad, do you realize what you're saying to me? He obviously knew his Quran, and how to use that in conversation and, support what he was saying. But I said, what does the Quran have to offer me that I'm not already promised through Christ? And the answer was nothing. There's nothing that the Quran has to offer me that is greater than what Christ has to offer me. The answer was, you need to throw the dice, Gary, and take your chances. And I thought, why would I do that? It's like right from his mouth, he said, only God knows the answer to that. And I went, so in other words, I need to roll the dice and hope it lands on 7? Or I need to take the ball and spin it on the roulette wheel and hope it lands on black or red? I said, do you realize what you just said to me? And I'm not trying to be like confrontational with him. I'm just trying to show him, why would, pray tell, would anybody rely on that as opposed to a 100% promise? Thank you, girl, always. Why would anybody rely on that? A hope that you just don't know, where God's word, my word of God, says that ye shall know the truth, and that ye shall know the truth, and you shall. I'm missing. I'm looking and for the verse. And the truth shall make you free, but not that verse. Anyways, in other words, to know is to know. There's no crapshoot in that. To absolutely know something is, certainty. And the Word of God promises that. John 3:16 says, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. That's you will. It's certainty. Whosoever believeth in him should not perish but have everlasting life. Period. You either believe or you don't. It's not do enough good works and then hope that God accepts you into heaven. Like, why would anybody? You know, if I don't do as much as you do, does that mean that he doesn't accept me but he does accept you? And then they answer back, well, only God knows that. Well, what God are you relying on? My God gives me absolute certainty that I'm going to have eternal life if I believe. Which one would you choose? You know, like, duh. And then I went back and I finally found the video of, and still to this day I don't remember his name. He's got a foreign name, but he's an American, and he's an apologetic that I've heard many years ago. And I found him and then listened to his answer to a guy that he was debating, and he quoted the book and the verses from the Quran that he uses to contend, to defend his faith, the Christian faith. And I'd never heard this book or verses before, so I looked into it and went, whoa. The Quran itself quotes the Old Testament and the New Testament as being the supporting testament that supports the Old Testament. The New Testament supports the Old Testament. The Quran says that. And it says to the people, to the readers, to believe that. And I'm like, oh my gosh. The Quran itself believes in the Old Testament and the New Testament. Surah chapter 5, verses 45 through 48. And I'm like, oh my gosh. The Quran says itself. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I'm still here. Fecal finger flinger. You're back. Do I know Mike Winger? No. No, not related to your fecal flinger. I'm reading your comment. You should check out Mike Winger. He's a pastor and very into apologetics. I wonder if I've seen him before. I don't recognize his name. Hold on. That music got really loud all of a sudden. Yeah, there's a lot of good apologetics evangelists out there, and pastors, period. Yeah, the guy's name, he's got a Dutch, or it's like he's kept his family name and hasn't changed it. And it's difficult to remember. I can't remember him for the life of me. But he's debating an atheist, and they're getting kind of heated, and the guy asks him a question, that appears to be like a a question that he can't answer, and the Christian says, he repeats the question back to him, to confirm, is that what you're asking me? He says, yes. He says, well, if you really want me to get into that, he says, I can answer that for you. He says, in the Quran, Surah chapter 5, verses 45 to 48, if I'm remembering them correctly, he quotes it, or basically paraphrases what those verses say in the Quran. And I read it, and it's clear. And I even read it to my son and said, have you ever heard this before? Let me see if I can bring it up for you. It's awesome. And then the answer, the question I got back from that, about that, is, but what Bible are you referring to from the Muslim? And my answer is the Bible that your surah is referring to. I said, don't worry about what Bible I'm using, but if you really want a recommendation, I recommend the King James, not the New King James, but the King James. So just stick with that. But besides the King James, I'm curious as to what Bible your surah is referring to. It talks about the Torah, the Old Testament, and the New Testament. In that the New Testament, the New Testament supports the Old Testament. They work together. The Quran says it is the Word of God. The Quran says, and that the believers need to recognize the Torah and the New Testament, and that they are the Word of God. And according to the Quran, the Word of God cannot be changed. So it's saying very clearly the Torah and the New Testament are the Word of God, and that you're to believe it. So what more do you need? So the conclusion, the conclusion to that video, that short that I watched, is if the Quran is true, then the Bible is true. And if the Bible is true, then the Quran is false. Because they're contrary to one another. If the Bible is true, the Torah and the New Testament, which the Quran says it is, then the Quran can't be true. Because it's contrary to the Torah and the New Testament. And that was his answer. And I'm like, whoa, really? Let me go to the Quran and read Surah 5, verse 45 to 48. And I'm going to do it for you. It's pretty clear to me. Here it is. It's in both Arabic and then translated into English. This is verses 44. Surely we revealed the Torah, wherein there is guidance and light. Thereby did prophets who had submitted themselves to Allah, or God, judge for the Judaized folk, and so did the scholars and jurists. They judged. I haven't read this part. This is verse 44, and then it goes. Wait. Oh, here it is. Okay. Let me keep reading. Verse 45. And therein we had ordained for them a life for a life, and an eye for an eye, and a nose for a nose, and an ear for an ear, and a tooth for a tooth, and for all wounds, like for like. And we sent Jesus, the Son of Mary, after those prophets, confirming the truth of whatever there still remained of the Torah. See that? We're now in the New Testament because they're mentioning Jesus. That Jesus, the Son of Mary, confirmed the truth of whatever there still remained of the Torah. Okay? So Jesus confirms the Torah, in which he does. And we gave him the gospel, wherein is guidance and light, and which confirms the truth of whatever there still remain of the Torah, and a guidance and an admonition for the God-fearing. And admonitions for the God-fearing. Let the followers of the gospel judge by what God has revealed therein, and those who do not judge by what Allah has revealed are the transgressors. You see there? They're telling the readers to believe, and if you don't, you're transgressors, that Jesus does confirm the Torah. So if that is true, which Allah doesn't lie, then the Bible is true. If the Bible is true, then the Quran is false. And again, the comeback to that was, well, what Bible are you reading, and how do you know it's not changed? And I'm like, the one that your Quran is referring to, that's the Bible that I'm talking about. The Torah and the New Testament. Where is it? Well, you're the one reading the Quran. Where is it? Where is the Torah? Where is the New Testament that your Quran is referring to? Refer to that. Find it. Read it. It is the truth. Absolutely. I'm in agreement with that 100%. The Torah and the word of Jesus is the truth. The word of Jesus does confirm the Torah. Absolutely. 100%. What more do you need? If the Quran is true, then the Bible is true, according to Surah 44 through 48. If the Bible is true, the Quran can't be. Sorry, guys. I know. Because if they know the Torah and they know Jesus Christ, his story, then what else do you need? It is finished. They should know very well works don't work. You can't forgive and forget your sins, and you can't resurrect from the dead. Only one person was documented to have done that. His name's Jesus Christ. That's the only way we're going to be that's the only way we're going to get back to the condition we were in at the beginning. No other way. There's no other truth. There's no other life. It just makes so much sense. It makes so much sense. It says it right here in the Quran, that the Torah and the word of Jesus Christ is the word of God, and we and the readers of the Quran are to believe that. And if you don't, you're transgressors. Period. I'm done. That's all of the Quran. That's all I need to read in the Quran. Yes, yes, and yes. But the like I said, the 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 retort to that, the challenge to that is, well, then where is the Bible? Where is the Torah and the New Testament in which it's referring to? And I'm like, you're asking me? You're asking me? That's your word. Go out and seek it. Find it. I did. It's like they want me to come up with, the original Torah and the original New Testament. I mean, New Testament. It's like, what? Wait, your Quran says to believe it. So seek it. Go find it. Always number one. Sorry. Ruck man dude. There he is. Hello, love, and light to all. Hey, Rock. Awesome. You guys are in at normal time. I'm actually supposed to be ending my live stream now that I started at a normal human being time at 10 o'clock p.m. tonight. Yeah, good to see you. You missed a good Marine Corps / Army exchange with oh goodness, the newer Army veteran in the group. Who is he again? I got to scroll back. Hayes, Hays. He's in Ohio. Yeah. Well, I got to kind of retell some stories that I have told before, but it was fun to tell them again, and especially to a person that hadn't heard it before, and kind of relive those moments. Oh, and we talked about some things that hadn't been brought up before, like pornography and alcohol in Iraq. Josh, you might be able to elaborate a little bit on that. What we were told before we went over there, the do's and don'ts of the Middle East, and yet when we get there, all that went out the door. I was telling a story about our Iraqi interpreter, Safwan, and his room was adorned in pornography. I mean, every four walls in his room, including the ceiling, were Playboy centerfolds. And he's about as devout a Muslim as you can get. And then the alcohol, though, wasn't available except on Christmas time. They did find beers for us, and we all got 2 bottles of beer. 2 bottles of beer on the wall, 2 bottles of beer. You take one down, you pass it around, 1 bottle of beer on the wall. Yeah, I forget what it was. It was either Heineken or I don't remember. I don't remember if it was American or Lowenbrow or something. But we actually got 2 bottles of beer for Christmas time. All right, Ruck. You're going to run the dog at what? Where are you again, Ruck? What? Midnight? Well, whatever you got to do. It's a cool part of the day, that's for sure, at night. I'm with you there. My wife and I both tend to go out in the evening once it gets dark, so it's a lot cooler. It's a Filipino kind of reliving the Philippines this time of the year, especially here on the East Coast with the humidity. Yeah, no booze or boobs, right? Yeah, and I was mentioning uh, that I only saw 2 females the whole time I was there. No, I should let's say devout. What is that? With stalactites hanging from a ceiling, Las Vegas 98 here at 11:03. Holy moly! You know, I did mention. God, I'm struggling with your real name. Is it Don? Don? Is it Don? Anyways, yeah, I worked for Springs Ambulance in Palm Springs for a short stint. I don't know what happened with that job, but it's kind of weird. But I did work there and experience the deserts there in Palm Springs through the wind farms of Palm Springs. Bro, you heard about? Let's see. Indian Army's glass eating ritual. So basically, in that ritual, they pour something. Whoever eat the glass without any expression on his face is promoted to the higher rank. No, what is that in history or? Oh, the Indian armies. Oh, I just finally read that. I mean, and understood that. The Indian army's glass eating ritual. Oh my gosh. That doesn't sound like a very comfortable number 2 the next day. What in the world? Yeah, look at girl in the mirror. What? Yeah, all my EMT friends are quitting due to the HIV people spitting. Too many druggies with needles. Don't know how you do it, brother. Stars you do. Actually, that kind of sounds like back in the days, kind of sort of the HIV people spitting. I remember when HIV was. I started in EMS in 1989 as a basic EMT, and I remember HIV was a big thing, especially in San Diego County, and we ran on many HIV patients who were just EMTs. Do a lot of what we call expensive medical taxi runs, hence the name EMT. It means emergency medical technician, but we give rides to people that don't have transportation or those that can't be transported in a sitting position. They have to remain lying down. A lot of elderly people in nursing homes fit that criteria. And so we're not necessarily running 911 calls all the time as a basic EMT. The bread and butter financially of a ambulance company are EMT calls. And we're doing, yeah, expensive medical taxi, expensive money trip. Where we're just bringing grandma or grandpa, from their nursing home to their doctor's appointment. And then we hang around until they're done, or another ambulance comes back when they're finished and gives them a ride back to their home. That's easy money for an EMT company. It's like $500 per trip. At least I don't know how much of that they get, but so on that note, it doesn't necessarily need to be an elderly person. It could just be, we had HIV patients who would call and they were just sick and not able to get to the emergency room or to their doctor's appointment or whatever. And I remember going in, and it was the big push was wear gloves and wear masks. Well, we don't just wear gloves and masks on HIV patients. We wear glove and masks on all patients. But we would meet resistance a lot on HIV patients where they're like, you're not going to get infected by walking into my home. And we'd have to tell them, I'm sorry, sir, ma'am. We don't just gown and glove up for you, but not necessarily gown, but glove up for you. We do it on all patients, but they got offended by that because we were doing it when we walked into their home, and you have to explain to them, well, I'm not just doing it for you. We do this for all patients. But I remember that, and poor, usually young guys that were sick with the, with the disease, and they weren't feeling well and were pretty pissed off at the world and so on and so forth. Yeah, well, again, though, Josh, HIV doesn't spread, other than by fluids. So, that being said, you got to protect yourself from that. So, coughing or actually, I don't even know if respiratory is a concern. It's blood, it's blood products. Yeah. Okay, honey. Oh, here, Jordan. If you could just close that up, whatever's open. My 19-year-old's going to bed. He wants me to keep it down. Yeah, my teachers told me of a guy who at school who was chosen for Army. He'd go through place in India-Pakistan border. He died. He was only 23 when he adopted a Muslim, and even adopted a Muslim. So I have a guy. Teacher told me a story of a guy. Is this at your school? Are you Indian? Always number one? I forgot. I think you are. Yeah. I'm sorry. It's been a while since I saw you. Right? Uh, Sweat glands? Bacteria? If you've got bacteria on you, like if you just wiped your butt and didn't wash your hands, you can spread bacteria. Right? It's the hand to mouth. It's the basic, you start wiping your hands around, something that's got bacteria in it and you don't wash your hands, yes, you can spread it, but not just from your sweat, no. But if you have an open sore, on your hand and you happen to touch somebody, and you're an HIV patient, that's a concern. Yeah, no problem. My wife, she's more up on that knowledge than I ever was, because that's what she was educated on a continuing basis. She was always going through. That was part of her schooling, big time. And I'm sure I learned that through paramedic school, but it wasn't the emphasis. Oh, sorry, Josh. So you can't contract it if a HIV patient got spit in your eyes, you'd have to Google that again. It's been a while. No, I think it's a bloodborne pathogen. Yeah, and as far as druggies with needles, etc., you know what? It's really not true. All this is, yeah, there are concerns, but I mean, we deal with needles every day. At least EMTs aren't. The paramedics, well, paramedics are EMTs. They're EMTPs, but it's kind of a misnomer, if that's the right word. When you say an EMT, I typically think of a basic EMT, whereas a paramedic is referred to as a paramedic, not an EMT per se, although technically they are. They're an EMT paramedic level. But to differentiate the two, we typically call paramedics paramedics and EMTs EMTs. So you could say an EMT is not a paramedic, but a paramedic is an EMT. Not all EMTs are paramedics. There we go. That's how it should be said. But all paramedics are EMTs. We know both basic life support and advanced life support, whereas a EMT basic knows just that. He knows his basic level life support. Yeah, well, a first responder, right. A first responder typically is trained at the basic level. He's a BLS, basic life support, like a firefighter, or I don't even know if today, if police officers are trained at the EMT level. They might be required to be now, but don't quote me on that. I don't know. Yep, no problem. It kind of is rampant out there in the layperson. That when you say EMT, it kind of they all fit into that. Both in the ambulance, or just curious, what doesn't an EMT and a paramedic both in the ambulance? Or good question, Josh. The answer is yes and no, depending on what system you work in, depending on what state you're in. I learned that myself. I didn't know until I worked outside of California or worked outside of San Diego County. And then I went to Oregon. And then I went to, for instance, in Southern California. In California, it depends on where you are. As far as who you're going to get in an ambulance when they arrive. In San Diego proper, it was paramedic. When you call 911, you'll get 2 paramedics in an ambulance. Then when I went to Delano, California, which is Central Valley, I-99, through Bakersfield and 30 miles north of Bakersfield, these private ambulance companies had paramedic EMT partnerships. So you had one EMT basic and you had a paramedic. That was a first for me. I was like, oh, really? I'm solo, basically. I'm the only paramedic in the car. So the EMT is basically your assistant. He can take care of the BLS. He can start CPR and breathe for a patient. And he's got his adjuncts that he uses, to accomplish that. But as far as like intervening into the body actually sticking things and delivering electricity and pushing medications, that's the paramedic's job. That's what he's trained at. So he becomes your extra set of hands, and they're very valuable, believe you me. Any extra set of hands is, they can deliver babies. EMTs can deliver babies. That's a basic life support. Just to let you all know, you can all deliver babies. Okay? If you're trained as a basic a first aid level, I believe, don't quote me on that. You can be trained on how to deliver a baby. There's nothing complicated really about it. It's really basic. It's just kind of like, whoa, really? I'm going to do what for a woman? I'm going to deliver a baby? Yep, you can deliver a baby. Pretty basic. All the way down to 95 degrees. Might need a sweater. Oh, Game, Parker. Oh, we're just talking about the different levels of EMTs in the United States. So basically, in the Flight for Life helicopter, life flight, yeah, that's going to be a paramedic. That's correct. It's advanced level. And there might even be two. There might be a nurse and a paramedic. I'm not sure how much room they got on board those helicopters. But when I flew as a fixed wing paramedic, it was a paramedic nurse partnership. So I had an RN as my partner, either male or female. Both. We had both. And a paramedic level. In a fixed wing aircraft. That's typically the partnership. Like in a Learjet. They do Learjets also. I never had flew on a Learjet, but we did Mitsubishi turboprops and Cessnas turboprop. Here in New Jersey, it's a dual paramedic system. But get this, we're not in an ambulance. It's like, what? This was totally bizarre to me. When I got here to New Jersey, I told you before, I secured a paramedic job while I was in Iraq over the internet. I submitted my resume and they offered me and hired me while I was in Fob Heat, Al Anbar province, Iraq. Woohoo! I had a job waiting for me when I got home here in Atlantic County, right here where I'm sitting right now. I'm no longer working for them or as a paramedic, but I secured that job before I got back from Iraq. They work out of what they call a paramedic truck. Now let me explain this one. I had to get familiarized with this when I arrived. I was like shaking my head going, huh? What? We don't have an ambulance, so how do you transport the patient? We're running out of a Chevy SUV. And I'm like, wait a minute. It doesn't have a gurney in the back, so where do we put our patient? And they're looking at me like, what kind of a paramedic are you? Or what planet did you come from? And I'm like, well, I'm from California. And they all like, oh, you're one of them. And I'm like, wait a minute. What do you mean I'm one of them? You speak clearly, don't you? And I'm thinking, ha, ha, ha. And then you hear them and you're like, oh, yeah, I guess I do speak clearly. Anyways, so come to find out that a basic EMT unit who's driving an ambulance. Oh boy, Doc pulling up the old box truck. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm used to running out of. Either a van, a converted full-size van, a Dodge van, or a box truck, or what they call a, guys, come on, draw your memory. They called them, it's what came after the box truck ambulance. They called them Oh, come on, Gary. Has it been that long? 16 years. You go to Ohio and actually pick them up where they converted it, where they actually did the work, where they did the conversion. And we would literally send guys to Ohio to pick up the finished ambulance and then drive them back to California. Modular units. That's what they called them. Modular units. And I forget what the cab was. The cab was a Chevy. And then the box that they converted was put on the chassis behind it. And it was called a modular unit. Pretty high speed. It's this unit right here. As a matter of fact, the one here in the background is a modular. God, what finger am I pointing with? Here, this finger. It's this unit right here. That's a modular unit. That might be a Horton ambulance from somewhere in Ohio. At least that's where they make them. Right there. Forget what kind of cab is that. Might be a van, but the box is conversion. And they're most of them are diesel. You got to rely on glow plugs to start the engine, and you got to plug them in during the wintertime if you're back east. So you keep the engines warm so they could start in the morning. So, anyways, the paramedic units here drive out of a truck. It's just an SUV, and it's got all the gear, all the bags and monitors, EKG monitors, and so on, defibrillators, kept behind the driver and passenger. And all the electrical equipment, the suction unit and the monitor, they all have ports that we plug into to keep them charged, to keep the batteries charged. And then 2 paramedics, and we alternate calls. So, you're a driver one call, and then you're the navigator the next call, and then you swap, and you keep doing this all day long. So that one person is doing all the paperwork. So we respond to a 911 call. Here in Wisconsin, there's 2 different colors of ambulance. There's a red and a yellow. What's the difference? I don't know. That's a Wisconsin thing. As a matter of fact, I told you earlier that I worked with a girl from Wisconsin, Jan. She worked in Oregon. She was from Wisconsin. Really blonde hair, and everything was blonde about her. I'm sure. Yeah. All the way around. And so she was one of the veteran paramedics that worked there in Oregon. So anyways, let me get back to let me finish New Jersey. So we're working out of this SUV, and a basic EMT ambulance, which is a dual basic EMT, EMTB or EMTA. There are 2 of them, driver and passenger. They're the ones running the grunt runs, we call them, the pick up grandma, grandpa from the nursing home and take them to the doctor's appointment and then wait for them and then return them back to their nursing home. That's what their bread and butter is all day long. They're doing those type of calls, while the paramedics are hanging out waiting for 911 calls. Okay. Well, if we get a 911 call, so does a basic EMT ambulance. The first responders, they get the call usually just before we do on their radio or on their pager or whatever. And they respond to the location that we're going to simultaneously or just before us. They usually get there before we do. So they get there. Yeah, they get the call first. And then if they are there long enough to determine that this is not an advanced level call, like we can handle this call and we can transport this call without any advanced level needed, if they can determine that, they call their dispatch and say, cancel the paramedics. We don't need them. This is a Band-Aid call. And sometimes that's all it is, Mom a baby happened to walk into a broken glass that she dropped and cut his finger or cut his toe, and mom freaks out and calls 911, where really it just requires a Band-Aid around the baby's toe. Been there, done that many, many times. And so the EMT will say, we don't need paramedics, cancel them. So we get the cancellation and we return to our quarters, or we return to our post, which might just be a corner that we're hanging out at. Okay. And that's how it, and then if it is an advanced level call, they're like, continue the paramedics in, we need them. So we continue. We get there and they become our extra set of hands. But not only an extra set of hands, they have the ambulance with the gurney in the back. So the patient gets loaded up onto their gurney. And now that there's paramedics on scene, we become it's a liability thing now. We can't leave because we're a higher level of care. We cannot hand down to a paramedic once we're on scene. We have to stay with the patient. It's a liability thing. So now one of the paramedics gets in the back of the EMT ambulance. This is so, I had so much to say about this. It just doesn't work. It's a waste of resources. And a paramedic now has to remain with the patient, who is now loaded into the back of the EMT ambulance, which means the other paramedic, let's see if I can get this right. Yeah. The other paramedic has to stay in the paramedic truck to drive that. One of the EMTs has to remain in the front of his ambulance to drive that. And the other EMT gets in the back with me, with the patient, and he ends up being my helper. While my partner paramedic is in the front of the truck driving that. Now we got two vehicles driving tandem back to the hospital. The ambulance and the paramedic truck have their lights and sirens on, driving in tandem together to the hospital. It's horrible. It's a waste. Now you got one EMT ambulance and one paramedic ambulance out of service. And two vehicles running lights and sirens, which is a liability in itself. Believe you me. You get any vehicle with emergency lights and sirens on, driving through traffic. As you guys know, even I, now that I'm out of the business, have a hard enough time figuring out where the lights and where the siren is coming from, let alone pulling over to the right. A lot of people like to pull over to the left. It's like, no, don't pull over to the left, pull over to the right. You're supposed to there's a reason for that. To keep the center of traffic open. So, Joey, oh my gosh, what are you doing? It's 2:00. It's midnight where you are, or 1 a.m, 1:30. So you get it? You get the confusion? And so, yeah, it's like, gosh, you guys are way behind. You need to get up to speed here. They're like 10 years behind back here on the East Coast, where, California already has the reputation of being the high speed. If you're going to learn what is current, go to California. So to answer your question, Josh, it depends on where you are. And even when you are where you are, you need to learn the way they operate. Because, when I was in Louisiana, it was a EMT basic or EMT intermediate. Here, to come throw a few more speed bumps at you, there's EMT intermediates in the United States as well. What do they know? A little bit of both. But they can only do up to a certain level of treatment, and then it's the paramedic's job. In Louisiana, I worked with EMT intermediates and EMT basics with a paramedic as the higher level of care. That was bizarre. I was like, oh my gosh, here we go again. I got to learn something completely new. What's that? Yeah, I had some of those unwelcome war dreams brought on my thunder, I would assume. uh, yeah, it was kind of interesting. I experienced a little bit of everything. And then I joined the military. And their corpsmen, they do things that are just, you'll never be able to do in the civilian world, like suturing. I learned how to suture in the military. Can I take that into the civilian world? Absolutely not. I mean, that's just only docs do that. I mean, real doctors, physicians, but they train their corpsmen. The physicians train their corpsmen how to do basic suturing. So we practiced on pig feet in the military. The pig hocks that you buy in the market, they brought them to the base, and we would stitch up on pig's feet. They would thaw them out first, of course. But and turned the corner too fast and flipped it. It was like, oh my God, who does the ambulance call? Well, I got a hauling butt. I see. Yeah, holding butt. That's even better. Hauling butt in a turn. When I was in Oregon, it's kind of like the winters here in this part of Jersey. It's kind of a mild winter, although they do have their moments of 12 inches of snow. But other than that, it's a pretty mild winter here in this south part of Jersey. Well, in Oregon, I worked in Washington County, and it was kind of that way. It was kind of windy and had its sleety and snowy days, but not really enough to overwhelm, the environment. So there was a lot of ice and slippery conditions, wet, icy, slushy conditions, especially with wind. It got really icy, and bridges would freeze. That was weird. Whole bridges, metal bridges, would get so iced over that they'd have to close them. Or there's ever been instances of being iced up while you're on the bridge. And we didn't do it, but I heard stories about it. And ambulances having to unload their patients on the downhill side of the bridge and have fire trucks take ropes and literally lower gurneys with firefighters holding on to the gurney down the other side of the bridge because it was so iced up they couldn't even walk. There was instances where we couldn't even get up to the front door of a house because it was a skating rink. And they had firefighters with spikes on their boots. They wore them, slipped over their boots so they could walk on ice. And they'd get up to the front door and lower ropes to us so they could get the gurney up to the front door, and we would hang on and walk with the gurney up to the front door. Whatever you got to do to accomplish. But anyway, speaking of driving and flipping vehicles, I never flipped one, but I was a new guy. I was an experienced paramedic, but I was a new guy in Oregon. So I had a partner that was a veteran. His name was Frank Wallander. Apparently, he was a descendant of the Great Wallendas, the high wire walkers. Well, his name was Frank Wallander, and he claimed he was part of that family. I don't know if it was true or not, but he was kind of a heavy set, big bellied paramedic. he was my partner, and while we were driving during the winter, we were about to make a right turn, and we were responding to a call, and it was a big modular unit, and I was driving, and he was a passenger, and he said, "Hey, Gary, be careful around this turn." And we would always pay attention to the thermometer. We had a thermometer display on our light bar, and it was digital, and we would see what the temperature was outside, and as soon as it got down to 32, it was like red flag, be careful, roads are gonna get iced up right about now. And we looked at the thermometer and it was 32, and I'm like, Roger that. And I made that right turn, and all of a sudden my back end goes, whoa, and it started spinning, and I'm turning the opposite direction. I was like, I got my foot off the gas, and the back end came around, and I fixed it just perfectly. And he goes, good comeback, Gary, good comeback. And I was like, oh my gosh. So yeah, it happens. But I learned real quick, the roads get icy at that temperature, so keep an eye on the thermometer. Oh, let's see here. Sorry, autocorrect. And I are apparently a battle. I'm not winning. An attack. Try not to drink. Oh wait, could Joey, I gotta read your stories again. This stream was about when I lost a friend during an attack. Try not to drink since I have been sober for 12 years. So I thought I would come on why autocorrect. Apparently you're in a battle. Well, you know what? Try using your voice and do the voice chat. That does pretty well, except when you got background people talking and their voices are coming up on your text as well. Yeah, working in Oregon was a cool experience. I got to experience flooding and entire hillsides coming down while responding to calls. OMG. That was wild. Oh, wait, I'm from Alabama. You think voice text works for me? I don't know. Try it. You know, Mrs. A, I call her Mrs. A, you know, Alexa. I'm not going to say her name. She's got different voice recognitions from UK female and male, USA female and male, and there's more. There's foreign languages, I think, too. But as far as American goes, it recognizes British female and male and American female and male, but it doesn't have Southern USA. Uh, oh, I'm sure it recognizes your voice. I heard your voice. You're not that Southern drawl as I've heard. You're very understandable, and you sing like a, a pro. So just pretend like you're singing while you're chatting. All right, Joey. I still want you to sing for me sometime, but it's awfully late, so maybe not. Maybe at 10. I came on at 10 tonight, so look for me from 10 around 10 p.m. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. 10 p.m. Eastern time, that is. Later, Joey. As you were, soldier. Hey, what was your rank in the Army? Were you an officer? I don't know if I ever asked you that. Or enlisted. Josh, are you still there? So two different colors of ambulances. I wonder if I Google that, what I would come up with. One is yellow, red, and yellow. I don't know. That's new. You're still there. Yeah, I bet you if you just Googled it, red and yellow ambulances in Wisconsin, it'll explain to you. Yeah, I don't have my phone. My son took it back. But yeah, if you find out for sure, let me know. That's always interesting. And also, just to add more confusion to the pre-hospital emergency medicine, is there's private ambulance companies, those that like you and I could open up, as long as we jumped through the right hoops and got all the right licenses and so on. We had a fellow paramedic that ended up becoming an ambulance owner, and he made quite a bit of money doing it. But yeah, there's private ambulances, or there's, is it state or city, and there's also ambulance departments that run out of hospitals here in New Jersey. I worked for the same company my wife is currently working for right now. Atlantic City Medical Center, Atlantic City Regional Medical Center, Atlantic Regional Medical Center, ARMC. And they have their own paramedic unit. So it's another department of the hospital. Although they run outside of the hospital, they're where they have their dispatch center, the 911 center, is a separate building, which is located in another about 10 miles from here. And the hospital's that way, and the ambulance company's that way, or the ambulance, what do you want to call it? Their corporate office or whatever, or their dispatch, their communication center is over there. Two different buildings. But on the side of the ambulance, or the side of their truck, and they do have EMT. No, do they have EMT ambulances? I think they do. I think they have their own basic EMT ambulances that do what we call interfacility transfers. They do the basic level stuff. As well, here's just more confusion for everybody, is depending on where you are, if they have a transfer of a patient from one hospital to another, why would you do that? Because one hospital has care that the other one doesn't, or a higher level of care that the other hospital doesn't. Well, those patients may already have advanced level treatment done to them. They've got IVs established. They're on a heart monitor. Let's see, I just looked it up. Red is for a trauma unit, and yellow for visibility thing for harsh weather or hard of hearing, so you can see it coming from afar. Really interesting. So what about the yellow though? Are they paramedic trucks, or are they basic EMT level trucks or vehicles? Hmm. Oh, so I was saying, if they're doing a basic transport unit from hospital to hospital, yeah. The yellow is okay. They're the basic level EMTs. They're doing the grunt runs, we call them, the expensive medical taxi runs. EMT. Yep. That's where ambulance companies make the most money, is through those yellow ambulances that you're talking about. Because if I get this right, a lot of people don't have insurance. You see? So though if they I'm stuttering, if they require a paramedic to transport them to the hospital, they're going to get charged over $1,000 for that, just for a advanced ALS level ambulance responding to your house and transporting you. It's quite a bit of money. So if you don't have insurance, how do they get paid? You see, so they're going to lose money on a lot of ALS level calls. So where do they make their money? They make their money through these basic EMT calls, transporting grandma or grandpa from the nursing home to their doctor's appointment, or to the hospital for an appointment. And then what we call wait and return. Will wait and then return the patient when they're done with their appointment back to their nursing home. That's like a $500 transport. And that's usually covered, because those patients who are admitted into a nursing home, they've got coverage. Isn't that a horrible thing to, worry about money on people that are sick and injured? But it's a business, and they got to continue working somehow. So hospitals have to continue, getting financed somehow. So it's an insurance thing. So wherever there's insurance is where they're going to make the money. If you get homeless people out on the street, the state will cover so much for them, but they're not going to cover the amount of money that especially if there's a lot of intervention, ALS intervention from a paramedic, pushing drugs, putting them on the monitor and all that, it gets quite pricey. And if they don't have insurance, then the ambulance company is going to absorb, or the hospital is going to absorb, most of that cost. Yeah, that's it. EMT. Now, if you didn't know that before, now you know. You can talk the talk a little bit. Expensive, or we call it expensive medical taxi. And then you get the frequent flyers, Josh. There's people that abuse the system, and they use EMT ambulances as their transportation to the doctors. And they don't have a doctor. So who is their doctor? The emergency room. See, they don't have insurance, right? So where do they get medical care? They know in the United States that an ambulance cannot deny a transport. That's called abandonment. And so that's why, medical care in the United States is, if you need medical care and you don't have insurance, call 911. You're either going to get a basic level transport or you're going to get an advanced level transport, and they can't deny you. They'll take you to the emergency room, even though it's not an emergency. That's the abuse of it's just a known fact that you will get medical care here in America. They can't turn you around. In the Philippines, you don't have money. You know what? You're going to get care, but you're going to end up staying in the hospital until you pay your way out of it. Been there, seen it, done that already in the Philippines. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It's true. Whatever you got to do. Homeless shelters get overfilled. We responded to homeless shelter right here in Atlantic City. We ran in homeless shelters all the time, just to because that's their medical care. They don't have doctors. They have to get care somehow. So they call for an ambulance and they're going to get to the hospital. Or people, like you said, who can't get into the homeless shelters, they call just to get out of the cold. I mean, do you blame them? If I was that desperate, I'd do it too. Yeah. Yep. Oh, speaking of getting hots in a cot, well, we didn't go that far because we were just working out of an ambulance. But you start to learn that some of the hospitals, and oh, praise God for these hospitals, they actually kept a stocked little refrigerator in the EMT or the paramedic room for us with drinks and sandwiches. The hospital sandwiches out of the vending machines, the egg salad or the turkey or the roast beef. Heck yeah, man. We'd go to those hospitals sometimes instead of going to the convenience store to get something to eat. We knew we could get it for free from that hospital. So we'd just go over to that hospital. We'd divert to that hospital if we were close to it, if we could get away with it, just to raid their refrigerators to get free food. Yes, anything, and then they have apple juice or the small cans of 7 Up or Coke or, you know, water. The nurses were all over that, though. They were really put a smile on their face, when they knew that the paramedics or the EMTs were enjoying, something to eat when we got there. So speaking of abuse, we would abuse those hospitals. Heck yeah. You know what? I got to turn this overhead fan off here. I'm starting to get cold now that the family is turning the house into an ice box with the air conditioning. Holy moly. Especially my wife. I got to bundle up like a sleeping bag just to keep warm while she's complaining she's hot with her overhead fan and the air conditioner going to 68 at simultaneously. And I'm like freezing balls next to her. I got to cuddle up next to her. But thank God for a spouse. Man, that's a here. Speaking of, I'm going to talk about Iraq a little bit and kind of fold it right into Iraq. Um, I don't know if you were married when you were in Iraq or not, or at any point in time, but I was, and man, I used to, I'd shed tears at times by myself in bed, just thinking about home and my wife and that's why you write letters, really mushy letters to each other. Well, you didn't have to, but you did send letters, even though you could just email them, and we would still go through the letter exchange thing and wait for a response. And, just think about what it was like to sleep next to a body, and just those things did, you took for granted. How, did you guys ever get into the conversation of sleeping on a porcelain toilet? You couldn't wait to get home to sleep on a porcelain toilet, to sit on a porcelain toilet again, an actual white toilet seat. Josh, go to the backyard with the Air 15 and let a 50 arrive underneath the blanket with you. I love it. out the rifle underneath the blanket with you. Holy moly! Do you live in an environment where you can just fire off a few rounds out back? Dang, I envy you if you do. I've never lived in an environment like that. Although I'm pretty close. Yes. Is it loud? What's that? Oh, oh, because the wall's right there. Okay, baby. Hey guys, actually, that was a good plea to end this live because I am right next to the wall of my son right behind me. And he brought up a good point. He goes, I said, am I being too loud? He says, well, I don't think there's really a way to be quiet because you're like right next to my wall. And I thought, oh yeah, I guess I am. Absolutely. I take a dump with a loaded pistol with 2 mags. Love it. Where are you? You're in South Carolina? Did you say? Or North Carolina? Gosh, I wish I had known about you before I went down to Florida. I could have stopped by. Well, depending on how close you were to 95. Oh, you're in Wisconsin. Wait a minute. Who's the one in South Carolina? Sorry, I'm getting all. You know, I mentioned before that I, started this Filipino chat, like 3+ years ago. And there are hundreds of Filipinos that I've met all over the world. I mean, they're overseas foreign workers in countries all over the world, including throughout the Philippines, from north to south. And I'm like the one of few white guys that participate in this live stream chat with them. So it's easy for them to remember who I am. And they get all upset at me forgetting who they are. And I'm like, oh my God, do you know how many of you I have to remember? I can't remember one from the other, one day to the next. I'm a lot better at it now, but I have the same problem with you guys. Like Wisconsin, North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, Arizona, Washington, California. Although you just told me you're in Wisconsin, and yet I'm automatically associating, when you said you could fire off rounds in the backyard, I somehow associated that with the Carolinas. Pardon me, I'm eating junk food here. Milwaukee, that's right. But you're in an environment where you can fire off. Oh, I was saying, I am surrounded by forests, oak and pine. And there's a lot of turkey and deer. And, big time hunting for those that do. But there is a lot of residential around these forests. So it is kind of off limits, to be doing that. But I hear shotgun and rifle. Matter of fact, tonight I was out walking around my house and I heard the popping off, going off over here by the airport, which is a much more rural, dense, and deep forest that is private property over there. But because of the airport. but I can walk right across the what they call the White Horse Pike. It's a 4-lane roadway right 800 feet away from me. The other side of that is the airport, and it's accessible. You just walk right into the forest and just keep walking. And there's a lot of activity in those forests, people hunting in there. I have to go to a range, and we have a few of them right here locally that is available. And although I love to do that, I don't regularly go there, to stay active with it. My brother-in-law is an active shooter. He's his dad, my wife's brother. They come from a military slash police family. Dad was a colonel in the Philippine National Police, and we got her uncle's high-ranking, retired, high-ranking Philippine National Police, and so they were brought up with weapons. And her brother-in-law is active and competitive. He lives like 10 miles from me. I'll occasionally go out to a range with him and others and shoot, but nothing too regular. Matter of fact, my son has been out and got to experience 22 M16 shotgun. And did we have any pistols? I don't think we did. I think it was just ARs. Nice. I have all kinds of AKs, 56, 50 handgun. Oh my gosh. Are you really? You got an arsenal. I need to shoot more because, like I've said in the past, I was taught well, and it made sense to me. And when I go out, even more for accuracy, my accuracy knowledge never leaves me. But as far as like, consistently, quick shooting off multiple rounds at a time and being accurate with that, I don't have practice with that. I'd have to consistently go and do that. But if I'm just doing it for accuracy, I would actually love to go out with somebody like you and be taught, some long range math and calculations to learn how to do that. That was something I've always been interested in. I never got a chance to, like sniper type shooting. Holy moly. Yeah, brother-in-law's got a press in his basement. And I don't know about it anymore, but he was really active in the airsoft community as well. Paintball and airsoft. God, I haven't eaten one of these in God knows how long, but I just did. It's a peach mango pie. Your basement looks like a gun store. Well, how far are you from Oshkosh? Where's Milwaukee in relation to? I have to look at a map. I forget. You know the big air show they have there in. Is it in Oshkosh? Well, my daughter's husband's family owns a home there, right there by the airport, very close to the airport, where they have that big air show every year. Girl. Oh, 30 minutes. Yeah. Yep. Oh, it's at the lakefront in Milwaukee. Okay, so I'm very close, or they're very close. One trip back to San Diego that I made, I was driving. I think it was 2013. God, has it been that long? Or 2017. I drove that route and then down to, God, I'm burping. Uh, Kansas to see my son in, dang it, where's he live? Wichita, Kansas. So I decided my daughter was there in Oshkosh with her husband at the time. So I just made a detour, or did the 70, Interstate 70, and looped around Chicago and up to Wisconsin, and then back down to Wichita, and then I continued across what is that, Nebraska, and eventually into Colorado, and then down up and over the mountains of Colorado, Utah, Nevada, and then down to California. Yeah, that's the northern route going across the United States. Oh, I forgot Wyoming and those states going across. Well, who knows? Maybe one day, if I ever get a chance to head back that way, um, at least I'll know you're there, and maybe I can liaison with you and do a detour. That would be some place I haven't been before, and go visit and do that one time. Yeah, huh? Visit a place, somebody I've never met before, and hang out. Yeah, who knows? I'm always up for that kind of stuff. I love getting in the car. I mean, granted, I love, to be with my wife and family, but sometimes what's good for me isn't always good for her. Got to get out on my own and do what I got to do. Yeah, maybe I tow my kayak and do some fishing. Well, you know what? I'm going to close up shop and hit the rack. I'm on a little longer than I thought I was going to be anyway, so. Well, hey, Josh, thanks for stopping in again. And Girl in the Mirror, always, thank you, thank you, thank you. Maraming salamat. That's thank you very much in Tagalog. And anybody else that's got their eyes on me, thank you for watching. Right on, Josh. Hey, I had a thought, real quick, Josh. I don't know how keen you are about being on, on camera, but is there any interest in doing like an interview where we wouldn't be live? I think I've said this before. On in front of the world, it'd just be a conversation between you and me, and then I could make see if I could put together a short video on an experience, like an interview with you telling your story and military, how you got interested in all those, basic questions. And then, any cool, interesting, fun stories, just like we're doing now. But we would do it in private. And then before I would release anything, I would have you view it, and you can give input as to, what you think of it. And then once we agree with, it looks good, then I can post it as an episode or a video of mine type thing. All right. Well, have you found or able to see my email address in my description on the YouTube channel? When you drop down the channel description. If you're on a phone, I'm being told that you're not able to see it on a smartphone, but on a desktop or a laptop, the email address does pop up underneath my description. And even if you don't find it here, here's the email address that's listed. If you want to copy and paste this, this is the email that is posted, just to have each other's address so we can talk later. See if I got it here. There you go. That's the address. And that'll be forwarded to my Gmail. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's an old one. It's no longer Illusion Dweller. It's Truth Dweller. Although I think Illusion Dweller will work, but it's Truth Dweller. There's a story behind that name. It's an actual name of a rock climb in Joshua Tree National Monument. Illusion Dweller is. And so that's how I got that name. Let's see here. truthdweller@hotmail.com. There we go. I'm going to post that. There we are. Yeah, I remember changing it. There we go. Yeah, you can just, since you're a mod, you can copy that or paste it or whatever you want to do with it. Got it? Good to go? Yeah, cool. Yeah, we'll try it out. It'll be a first time for me, so really it doesn't matter how it goes, because editing can do wonders for taking out all the silly parts and so on. Do you happen to have like photos, any photos from your military days? Or any videos that you happen to have taken with either a cell phone or any other camera? I'm just looking for content, to use for to telling the story. Yeah, think about it. If you got any photos or anything, we'll incorporate all that, and the more the better. That way we can create something cool. All right, Josh, again, appreciate it, brother. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, anything, whether it's you in your uniform or whatever. Yeah. All right, later. Here's your word, Josh, and everyone else out there. Girl in the mirror. Thank you. Thank you. All right, Gary, click the right buttons here.